Daniel, can you hear me?
I can.
I can't hear you.
You can't hear me?
Oh, I can hear you now. Can you hear me?
I can. Yeah.
Good morning.
Morning.
I'm gonna go get some water.
You do that.
Okay.
So Tim, did you see my coffee cup? Can you tell what it is?
Live long and prosper. No, it's engage.
Yes.
It is.
It's Captain Picard doing a face palm.
Yep. Yeah, I am a Trekkie.
Yep, same here.
I'll have to show you my collection one of these days. I go back to the beginning. My breakfast of champions, bacon and cheese.
Nice.
Guess what? I'm on keto.
I tried the bacon and beer diet when COVID started, but that didn't work out so well.
No. Those carbs will get you.
I'm sure it was the carbs. Morning, Eric. Now you're connected on audio. Good morning, Eric.
Morning.
Morning.
Okay, it's 10 o'clock and I think we should get started because we got a lot to cover today. And can I ask the city clerk to call the roll?
Rod Runyon,
Present.
Scott Randall,
Present.
Dan Richardson,
Present.
Tim McLaughlin,
Present. Present.
Darcy Long Curtis, Mayor Mays.
I'm here.
Okay.
I think it's important that we're all here, so I'm going to do a quick phone call to see what Darcy's up to. Yeah, Darcy's running a little late, but we're going to go ahead and get started, and she should be with us any second. The purpose of today, as I see it, is to outline the city council's goals for 2021. And we have presentations from all of our staff that are here today. And through their presentations, we hope to further define those goals. We have 15 minutes allowed for each department. And we have a break scheduled for noon. So hopefully we'll get through 7 staff presentations with a Q&A for each at the end, and be able to break by 12, reconvene at 12:30, and then hear from our city manager at 12:30 to kind of do a summary. And then at 12:45, we will get into the city council deliberations and goal setting and go from there. That's the goal. We'll see how close we come to that. Does anybody have any questions or clarifications before we proceed?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, Julie?
we failed to add to the list of departments the airport. So if we could add that on, Dave Rasmussen is here for the meeting and he has presented a page of information like the other departments did.
Yeah, I did get, we did get that page, and should we put him last after the city clerk?
Sure,
Okay,
thank you.
okay. Any questions or clarifications on what I just said? Okay, we'll move to finance. Our finance director's name is Angie Wilson, and I see her in the top of my screen on the third one over. And Angie, take it away.
Good morning. Just a recap on what the finance department does. We have the finance, utility, the judicial department. The finance department, I think the most important thing two of the most important things that we do are the annual budget and the coordination of the audit. And we're very involved in the audit on preparing the CAFR on an annual basis. We also maintain the primary financial utility in the court computer system. The computer system is Cassell. That's something that was coordinated back in 2016. Since then, we've implemented many programs within the Cassell program, the payroll, every general ledger section, every little smaller component. We coordinate also the timesheet system, and within that module, we've been able to upload and give live viewing of where everybody's at in their financials. So that seems to be a big piece that we do. We also did the transient room tax audits and the gas tax audits on an annual basis. So we try to break those out into two. And so one year we audit one, and then the next year we audit the other. If they get a bad audit, we'll review them every year. So that's something that wasn't done previous, but it's something that we've been able to take on and maintain and do a very good job with. We also prepare various internal and external financial reports. As you all know, you received your quarterly report not too long ago. So I try to prepare those quarterly reports. And then we do all the permits. We do the mobile food vendor licenses, the resale, the transient mortgages, the annual permits. We also prepare and manage the urban renewal district and the tourism promotional funds. And 2 years ago, we took on the Parks and Recreation. So we do all their receivables and payables and prepare all their reports. We were able to get them into the Cassell program also. They were doing QuickBooks previously. And then a few months back, we became partners with Mid-Columbia Fire Department, and we have taken in all of their financials, and we do all their receivables, their payroll, their payables, reconcile, and they're currently in QuickBooks. So we work off QuickBooks, but we have started the process of implementing them into Cassell. So that's something that we will be doing. We're also very hands-on with Parks and Rec and Mid-Columbia Fire Department on their audits and on budget. So we help a lot with that department for them. And then for the general administrative functions, we do all the payroll, we do the cash receipts, the accounts payable, the LADs, the nuisance abatements, fixed assets, general ledger, and accounts receivable. The utility department, we process the payments for the water and the sewer department, the payment plans, grant applications, we process work orders, shutoffs, rereads, SDCs. We process the delinquent notices and shutoffs and create the door hangers for the customers. And we do the sewer turnovers on an annual basis over to Wasco County. And we manage collections, and we started doing a new collection program about 2 years ago, Western Collections, and OGFOA has them as part of their program, and that's been working out really well. And starting last year, we also upload to Oregon Department of Revenue, and that helps. That's also a big part of the court that we do, is making sure that we manage those collections to try to get our receivables as much as we can. The judicial department went into just doing traffic tickets and the city code violations. So the other part of it for the misdemeanors is handled by Wasco County. And we do payment plans and payments and public record requests. As all of you know, that we haven't really been doing court lately. It's kind of been on hold, but starting next week, we'll start by doing it by Zoom until the end of March, and we'll kind of look and see where we're sitting at as a city in total if we kind of go back into the public of having in-house court again. The goals for this next year is just to try to coordinate, get things better. We'll be very much hands-on with Mid-Columbia Fire Department on helping them get into the Cassell program, and just trying to maintain our functions, work on some more of the Cassell program for the timesheets and making that a little more user-friendly, and just tightening up our programs and our internal control policies. And I think that's it. Is there any questions or?
Any questions for Angie?
Hopefully I didn't talk too fast.
No, you were fine. I have one, actually, I know we just received the second quarter reports. Could you just quickly go through our largest revenues and give us a recap of where we stand with property taxes, franchise fees, the lodging tax, and our water sewer collections?
So for the property tax, I think we're 100% complete on receiving what we budgeted. Marijuana tax revenue, the same. We are right on track of what we should be receiving for what we budgeted. Some of the transient room taxes and those things come in on a monthly or a quarterly basis. So as the state is behind on it, we haven't received some of those revenues yet. So I'm hoping that we'll be receiving those revenues shortly, because that will definitely help with our budget process more. But we do wait for them. But as of the first quarter, it's definitely down about 150,000. But overall, with our budget, I feel like we're have a good balanced budget with the COVID grant revenue that we received. I will be asking on the February 8th meeting to do a supplemental budget to bring in the COVID grant revenue. At that point in time, you guys should be getting in your packet to show that we will be moving some of that money into the contingency, which will bring our contingency back up to the level that we originally budgeted at, which was like 770,000. So overall, I think that the city is sitting financially well, even though we did budget coming into the year knowing that we were going to be in deficit with some of our revenues, Parks and Rec is definitely going to be in deficit for not getting some of the transient room tax dollars also. So, but overall, I feel like we're financially sitting well. The COVID grant money that the city council has in their budget for the 510,000 for the economic recovery, that line item is going to be increased over a previous resolution that I did and this new resolution on February 8th. But the 510,000, and you guys are on track on spending that for the community and for businesses locally.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for Angie? Okay, thank you very much. Keep up the good work.
Thank you.
And we'll move to Public Works and Dave Anderson. Hi, Dave.
Good morning. I wanted to start this brief presentation with an opportunity to introduce Eric Hansen. He was hired almost a year ago. Eric, maybe you can wave your hand. He was hired almost a year ago as the Assistant Public Works Director. Shortly after that happened, that was a new position we had created. Shortly after that hiring occurred, of course, COVID hit, and we haven't had a chance to bring him to a city council meeting to introduce him to everybody. So I just wanted to start off with that and get an opportunity to put at least a virtual version of the face in front of everybody today. For the Public Works Department, the department is organized into 6 different divisions: water treatment, water distribution, wastewater collection, transportation, engineering, and regulatory compliance and administrative services. The department also manages the contract for the operation of the city's wastewater treatment plant, which is operated by the Jacobs Group, used to be CH2M Hill Engineers. The department currently has 45 employees. I know the paper I sent out said 44. I apologize for including some old information. And normally accounts for around 60% of the city's annual budget. The individual functions of each division. Our water treatment division is responsible for operation and management of the water treatment plant and the watershed. The watershed includes about 22,000 acres and houses where Crow Creek Dam that the city owns and operates is located, as well as the Dog River Diversion Pipeline. The water distribution division provides for the operation and maintenance of the pipes, wells, reservoirs, and pump stations that deliver water to our city residents, businesses, and industrial customers. Both the water treatment and water distribution divisions are funded primarily through water utility rates. The wastewater collection division provides for the operation and maintenance of both the city's sanitary sewer system, piping and pumping systems, as well as the city's stormwater collection systems. And this, as well as the operation of the wastewater treatment plant, are funded primarily through wastewater utility rates. The transportation division provides for the maintenance of our street system, including sidewalks, street lights. A lot of those are done under contract with either ODOT for the actual traffic control signals, or Northern Washoe County PUD for a lot of the street lighting systems themselves. Sidewalk maintenance is normally a responsibility of the adjacent property owner, although council might recall that this year we launched a pilot program to have some cost sharing for sidewalk maintenance, and we're in the process of implementing that project now. The primary sources of funding for the transportation division include state shared revenues from Oregon fuel tax and vehicle permit fees. We have a local 3-cent fuel gas tax that is one of our major funding sources. And then we also transfer funds from our water and our wastewater funds, which equal 3% of their gross revenues, to the transportation fund as an impact fee that our underground utilities have on the street systems when we have to go in and dig them up to do maintenance or install new services. The engineering division, we have 3 engineers. They are primarily responsible for designing a lot of the city's projects, piping projects or street projects. They develop the contracts for any of the projects that we bid out and complete contractually. And then they also provide a lot of inspection services during the contracted projects and some of our in-house projects. And then our regulatory compliance and administrative services division is our office staff for secretarial functions, accounting functions, also all of our regulatory compliance efforts in water rules, water regulations, sewer regulations, stormwater regulations, transportation. We work closely with the citywide safety officer for him to have the lead in our safety compliance. But pretty much everything that's not safety related falls within the jurisdiction of our regulatory compliance and administrative services division. That's also where our lead for our public outreach, public education, press releases, things like content on the city website for the Public Works web pages is developed within the regulatory compliance and administrative services division. We also do have some other intermittent sources of revenue, primarily for grant projects, and those could include grants or loans or revenue bonds or system development charges. And each one of those funding sources often come with their own restrictions and requirements. With that, I would attempt to answer any questions.
Any questions for Dave?
I have one. This is Rod. I have one, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Thank you.
And I realize there's only so much money in the world out there, but aside from primary streets like a 2nd to 6th Street, et cetera, is there a calendar for some residential streets in the city? There are some that are just, I'll use as an example, one, and I could probably list a dozen, but 8th Street from Union on over to Trevitt, is just absolutely jaw-breaking. And it's not my street. I don't live anywhere near it, but I use it frequently. So is there a calendar for some kind of extra upkeep on residential streets?
There is. And I thank you for bringing that up. Last year, we invested in a new computerized street maintenance program to help us make financially based decisions and prioritizing streets based upon their current condition, which ones it makes the most sense to invest in. I don't have the information with me on where 8th Street is on that schedule, but we can provide that now for any street in the city as far as whether it's in the upcoming year, whether it's proposed to be in the next 5 years, or whether it's a project that's further down the road. So we do have that information in the department now.
Okay, I primarily brought it up for our new people or whatnot who may not understand. I've heard some of this before, obviously, but so if people do have questions, they can get a hold of you and find out what streets and where they are on the priority list and whatnot.
Yeah, and we have been annually posting. Once we get a budget adopted, we've been posting the information on the city website about which streets are planned to be maintained within that upcoming budget year. So the information is available there as well for 1 year out.
Thank you very much.
Anybody else?
I have a question, Mr. Mayor. It's Dan.
Yeah, Councilor Richardson, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you for being here today, Dave, and bringing Eric. Can you give just a brief overview of some sense of the scope of the 50/50 sidewalk program, whether it's yards, miles, dollars, just some rough outline of how big a program this could be?
Dollars will be easy.
All right.
And it might be closer to number of feet.
All right.
The city budgeted $25,000 for the program in the current fiscal year. Since it's a 50/50 match, that allowed us to do $50,000 worth of work.
Yeah.
We advertised the project, or the opportunity, I guess, to submit applications. We received 23 applications. We have enough funding to implement the top 8 or 9 of those. And I don't have it broken down by feet, but those are 8 or 9 residential properties. We did focus on residential applications this first round.
Sure.
In some cases, the applicant was requesting replacement of the sidewalk along their entire frontage, but since we were trying to extend the dollars as far as we could, and this was really a sidewalk rehabilitation project, we focused the program on those sidewalk panels that really had some damage to them, not just doing the entire sidewalk for the sake of doing the entire sidewalk. So some of these projects of the 8 or 9 are just replacing 2, 3, or 4 panels that actually have physical damage to them. We tried to prioritize those in terms of projects that would provide the greatest benefit to the community, so ones that are more highly traveled. And also this first time around, we focused on the projects that were the simplest to implement, such as they didn't require the removal of large trees, or we didn't need to widen the street to make the project work, or we didn't need to protect or reconstruct private retaining walls as part of the project. So
Sure.
There were some really good projects that originally ranked high until we got into the fact that we didn't have enough time to do all the associated work and still pull the trigger on them this year. We're going to keep those projects in the hopper for a future consideration if the program is budgeted or funded again this next year.
Thank you, Dave.
Any other questions? Thank you, Dave. Okay, we'll move on to the police department. Chief Ashmore.
Find the unmute button. Good morning. I think you all received the memo from me regarding our divisions and our program. So I'm just going to jump right to goals to save you some time. Goals for 2021. This is in no particular priority order, but I'll just kind of go through them quickly. We are working on preparing our budget kind of based on the potential revenue challenge. Just a few additional expenses. I won't go into the details that just to maintain what we have infrastructure wise. We've added a couple of officers, so we have some equipment needs and some technology needs that we're going to be asking for. Transition to new police chief, Tom Worthy. He was here Monday. We had a staff meeting. I had Tom come in and we introduced him to as many officers as we could that were here, and all the supervisors. We sat down and had about an hour and a half. He's looked at the goals. We've had some good discussions, so there's not going to be anything too different. I think Tom's looking kind of at the same things that we have listed here and is an agreement that they're good goals. And I'm really excited about the new chief. He's going to be really good. I think he's going to be good for the city. I think we're very fortunate to have him coming here. So excited about that. Working pretty hard actually on the transition of the new district attorney. Our goal is going to be staying on track with prosecution, making sure we're tracking our criminal cases. You know, he ran on a reform platform, which is absolutely, we understand, and we're working with that. That said, the city's paying some money in a contract for cases, criminal cases, to be prosecuted. So we're kind of watching to make sure that those cases are being handled appropriately. And I will say that so far I've been pleasantly surprised. Sounds like I'm biased and I wasn't on board at first, because I wasn't, but he's working with us, and we're starting to, I think, bridge what would have been a little bit of a gap. So I think that goal is already starting to be achieved, but we're going to continue to watch that very closely. Continue our homeless/houseless collaboration. I read the article in the paper last night, and I understand that homeless is an old term that I guess some of us folks have been working around. This population can be a hard habit to break, but we definitely have a lot of work to do. We have a lot of challenges. The police department seems to be kind of on the tip of the spear, so to speak. But after I retire, I've committed to the coalition committee with the mayor. So I plan on being around and continuing to assist in that. But the police department is going to have to be a participant and be part of those conversations as we move forward. Continue the mental health gaps in services. I've shared some of the, I guess the stories that are highlighted that I see that are, you know, just travesty. You know, some of these folks that need help, and it's not really our mental health agencies here locally that's preventing the help. It's state level criteria that we can't seem to get some of our population that needs to be supported. We just can't seem to get them through the system. But the police department, again, needs to be very involved in those conversations. A lot of these folks are, they're not criminals, but they're breaking the law, and so it affects us and our resources. Build up the code enforcement program. We inherited code enforcement about 2.5 months ago, and I will say that I am, again, pleasantly surprised. We brought Nikki over. She's housed in our office, and we've been working hard. I've got one Sergeant McNabb that has really taken a lot of time to learn what she does. You can't really run a program if you don't know the program. So he's kind of become our resident in-house expert on code enforcement. So we're going to continue to look at that program and look at ways to do it better and be efficient. Not to say that Nikki's not doing a good job. Like I said, so far we've been very pleased, but a lot of accountability here in our structure. And so I think she's actually thriving in that environment. So I think it's going to work out really well for everybody. We have some identified some 911 accountability needs. Again, very much police department role that we've got a little work to do. I'm not going to go into a lot of details, but we're going to continue to work with 911 and with the sheriff's office to make that service even better. And then I talked a little bit about Sergeant McNabb. He's fulfilling a administrative sergeant role, and we're building the responsibilities, the roles of that as we speak, and it's growing daily. So there's a lot of things that he's doing for us that either they weren't being done very well before, or they weren't being done at all, and it's actually proving to be a great gap filler for us. And then I added a couple just on the bottom that I did not share with you. I'm looking at and I haven't talked to Julie about this, and it's not going to cost any money, but I believe in the near future, we're going to have, the state's going to mandate social workers being associated somehow with law enforcement. I've identified an individual who comes highly recommended. We've done a background on him. We haven't been able to kick this off because of COVID, but I think, again, looking ahead, we're going to be mandated anyway, eventually, to have some kind of a program where we have social workers riding with our officers. So you all know, we already work hand in hand with CFL. They go out on 95% of our mental health calls, but this would be a program where we'd have a volunteer, kind of like a reserve, but he's actually a social worker with a lot of experience. He's wanting, and he actually approached me about 2 years ago, and I kind of held off, but did a little background on him, and he comes highly recommended. So when the COVID thing lifts, and I've talked to Tom Worthy about it, I think we need to implement this program, and I'm kind of excited about it, but I won't share today, but that's something that's on our list as well. And the last thing is just the basic police services, making sure that we can continue to serve the public, respond to calls appropriately, investigate serious crimes effectively. So that kind of summarizes it. If you have any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer those.
Thank you, Chief. Any questions for the chief? I see Councilor Richardson unmuted himself. Go ahead, Dan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm thinking out loud a little bit here. Thanks for being here today, Chief. Is there anything in particular that you could identify that would be helpful from a policy end, or from the council in making the transition to the new police chief? Is there anything we can do to help make that successful?
I haven't really thought about that. I think that, the main thing is with COVID, everything is so different. We were hoping that we'd have a little more time for transition, that I'd have more than just a week to get him out. And I see some counselors here that I haven't really spent much time and haven't gotten to know, because I'm going to blame it on COVID, because I'm usually pretty active on getting out and meeting people. So not really. I think that, the main thing is just getting him out to meet you, and so you get a better feel for him, and he can get a better feel for how things work with the city. And I think between Julie and I think we're going to be able to transition him here very well. I've kind of made a joke that he is OSP, and I'm going to have to beat the OSP out of him for a week before he actually takes over. So I think we're in good shape with that. That's a good question, though.
Thank you.
Any other questions? I have a couple. Let's see. One is, you mentioned the social worker, and it's going to be mandated by the legislature. Is that what I'm understanding?
Well, it's nothing's in writing yet, but what I'm hearing is that that the way things are, I guess they're projecting that the potential that we're going to be obligated to have somebody that's assigned under the roof of law enforcement. And again, I don't know what that looks like. I'm just looking ahead. So I frankly don't know the states, how they're going to roll it out. But what I'm looking at is kind of having something set up here already, and setting it up for the way I think it would work for all of us at a local level. And, we can make adjustments to meet mandates if that comes to be. But I think even without that, I think it's a very important a way of looking at moving forward in law enforcement, having somebody on these calls, that even if it's not a mental health person that is challenged with whatever's going on. But a lot of times we run into people that are, I'm just going to say, hard. They don't really care for police officers because they're uniforms and authority figures. And this gentleman, he's got a reputation here. People know him. It's a very good reputation. A lot of times people that are in trouble might likely talk to him, if nothing else, to just kind of de-escalate the situation. So again, there's a lot to be talked about and worked out. And like I said, this is all news to Julie. So apologize, Julie, but this has just been on hold for so long that it is on our list, though. And I want to make sure that you know that kind of where I'm coming from. And Tom and I haven't really talked in great detail, but he he kind of concurs with what's coming from the state.
Thank you.
Mr.
The
Mayor,
other thing I had was a clarification, and that is that on your bullet points on page 2, you hired and successfully trained 3 police officers. And I'm taking it from another bullet point that 2 of those were additional police officers and 1 was a replacement officer. Is that correct?
We had 1 that's a replacement and 2 that were the additional officers that were added to our,
Right.
Yes.
And have those 2 additional, have they hit the street yet, or are they still in training?
Yeah, the 2 laterals have hit the street. Unfortunately, 1 is on COVID. We actually have 5 officers that were down right now only because of COVID quarantine, injuries, and training, and admin leave. So unfortunately, that's not a good number right now. But yes, we have 2 that hit the street, and we have 1 that's still in the academy. She is 4 weeks out, so we'll have her here March.
And that's our only female police officer, is that right?
Yes.
Yeah, great. Okay. Counselor Long Curtis, if you were going to say something or ask a question?
well, I was just going to say that the League of Oregon Cities is lobbying the legislature for some of the things that Chief Ashmore was talking about, as far as embedding mental health into the police, sort of like cahoots down in Eugene. And so we should probably keep an eye on what they are asking the legislature and making sure that whatever they're actually lobbying for is what we are in favor of.
Thank you for that. Anybody else? Rod?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Chief Ashmore, in your discussions with the incoming police chief and whatnot, did you have discussions, and did he have thoughts or ideas coming in with regarding the transit situation down by the chamber and St. Vincent de Paul and elsewhere in the community? Did you have some conversations about that? Does he have some new and bright ideas he's going to bring to us, or?
I would like to say yes, but he is like everyone else in the state. We're all kind of scrambling and trying to figure some of this out. So I don't want to represent him or misrepresent him, but I would say that he's kind of, he's all ears and he's listening and he's optimistic. I will just tell you that. But I think, to be fair, he'll have to come in and really see what the local issues are. But yeah, we have talked about that situation in great detail. So, and we will continue to talk about that, and I'll share some of my ideas, and I hope that he will have fresh new ideas.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Thank you, Chief. We appreciate it very much.
You bet.
Next on the agenda is community development. Ms. Hannon.
Good morning, Mayor and members of council. It's nice to be here today. The Community Development Department manages 2 main programs, and those include planning and urban renewal. And I'll talk first about planning. That program is composed of about 3 different areas, 3 components. First is the one that you're very familiar with, which is the current planning or development planning, where that is mostly the permitting function, that where we have public meetings on occasion, and we also issue permits for different land uses as well as building permits. And we coordinate a lot with our partners in Public Works, Wasco County, the Fire District, and others to ensure that development is consistent with our codes, not only our Public Works standards, but also the development code. And we coordinate, like I said, with Wasco County so that all of our approvals are done prior to going over to Wasco County, and also that the development gets built in accordance with the plans that were submitted to both agencies. I can answer any questions you have about that. That is probably the most visible work that we do, and the one that you hear most about. The long-range planning function is one where we are responsible and we staff the program of keeping our comprehensive plan or our long-term vision updated, so that it is consistent with your goals and consistent with state law. And and also that our development code is consistent with our comprehensive plan. On occasion, as we are working on this year, we have to work on projects that ensure that our comp plan is updated and consistent with state law. And as we've been talking about a lot already, but also in past meetings, at the state level, I would say that we've declared, or that the state leaders have declared a bit of a housing crisis, and so have enacted some legislation that cities our size, they've taken all the cities in the state and divided into 3 different groups. One is the small cities, and there are some voluntary compliance categories for them, and for medium size, which is we fit into that category, and then for larger cities. And for medium-sized cities, we are required this year by June 30th to allow more programs that offer development codes that are friendly to what's called middle housing types, such as duplexes, triplexes, and cottage cluster housing. So we're in the process right now. We received a grant from the state, and we're working on a project to update our code to be consistent with state law. But what I also like about that project is we're going to be making some code amendments that will make our code more development friendly, friendly to the developers, more clear. And also we're taking ideas that the Planning Commission and City Council generate to add to our list of code refinements that we can make to make everyone's life more efficient in the city of the Dalles. And lastly, in planning, we are in charge of our very important historic preservation program. And that's an important part of the fabric that makes the Dalles pretty special. And so that is an important function. We have a very active Historic Landmarks Commission that we staff, and we provide permitting functions, permitting services for those properties that are recognized, as well as help receive grants and help implement programs that preserve history and preserve our important resources here in the community and bring attention to those important resources. And then urban renewal. I'm the manager of the Urban Renewal Agency, and the city has been in that business for 30 years. And I would say we're in the process now of doing some strategic planning and determining where we are financially and where we want to be as the program kind of moves into its winding down phase. I would say we're in the last third of the money that was originally pledged to this particular function. And I'm really excited to be a part of this program and to be working with the Urban Renewal Board. As you know, there's a separate board that is composed of 3 council members, and we staff that board and keep projects moving that are in accordance with our urban renewal plan, but also the goals of the commission or the Urban Renewal Board. So look forward to continuing that important work into the future. And I think I'm available to answer any questions you might have. I think that's it.
Councilor Runyon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ms. Cannon, in the long-range planning paragraph 2 of your summary, there's a notation to input from residents and business owners, which actually could be in each one of the following paragraphs. And I'm curious as to whether that's just when we get a negative letter, or are we doing any outreach surveys, et cetera, of the business community where we're actually looking for positive as well as negative feedback, overall general feedback?
Thank you for the question, Councilor Runyon. That's a good question. I would say outreach has been more challenging during this COVID phase. It does continue, however. I really want to ensure that into the future we are not just behaving or reacting to comments that we receive, but we're more proactive and seek comments. And one such example is we're going to be getting a survey out this month that'll be open for a month, an online link for our housing code amendments. And it will allow people to take a survey, but also learn more about our project. And I think there will be more of that between now and another survey opportunity between now and the end of the month, or excuse me, the end of the fiscal year, June 30th. This is just the first of 2, I believe, outreach opportunities on that particular project. And then as far as current planning, one of the things that I am working on with staff, and we're doing some, I would call it best practice research at this point. I think we can do a better job and have a better format for our public notices that we send out about development, just so it's a little bit cleaner and easier to read. That's one area. We won't need a code amendment for that. We will need to make sure we have all the right information that the state and our local code requires, but the format can be improved. And then secondly, there are programs in the state, all over the state, of different cities that require, prior to submission of certain types of applications, larger applications, require a neighborhood meeting, that the developer hosts that prior to submitting their application. That gives some outreach, that makes the developer responsible for getting some information out to the neighborhood ahead of time and seeking feedback. And I think that will be a real improvement to our community. And fortunately, I've heard from a few developers who currently participate in holding those meetings in Hood River, and they think it would be a great idea here. So it's something we're going to be moving forward for your consideration in the next few months.
Thank you.
Any other questions? As far as the what you were just talking about, how do you feel about the number of feet from a development that is required for a public notice? This especially came up with the East Side development legacy, and it just seems to me that 100 feet in this day and age is really not sufficient for sending out public notices. I know that it was 500 feet for one thing and maybe 100 for the other. Maybe are you guys looking at that too?
Mayor, that's a good comment. Thank you for bringing that up. That is, in my experience as a planner here in the state of Oregon for over 20 years, that is a low number. I'm used to about 250 to 300 feet, sometimes 500 feet, depending on the application. So that is something, no one's raised that as an issue yet, but you have. So I think we can put that into the mix and develop some different options for consideration by Planning Commission and the City Council.
Thank you. Also, could you give a quick timetable on this, the urban renewal strategic plan, the financial analysis? When do you expect that to wrap up, and in order for the urban renewal agency to discuss those studies?
Mayor Mays, our plan is to have the initial discussion, the results of the financial analysis this month at the February, I believe it's the 16th meeting on Tuesday, February 16th. So look forward to all the members of this council who are on that board or listening and participating in that discussion. I believe this will continue on because not only will it be a financial, giving you the results of where we stand financially with remaining funds, but it will also be what I hope will be the beginning of some strategic planning for where the board wants to go. And I think that's something I've heard resoundingly is needed and is an important goal for this board.
Thank you. Anybody else? Last call. Thank you very much, Ms. Cannon.
Thank you.
Next is the library. I see Jeff waiting patiently.
Good morning, everybody. I think I'm going to give a short history of the library in the district and the organization of the district. That always seems a little fuzzy in some people's minds on how we're organized, and then I'll list a few of our more important services. So first of all, the first library in the Dells was established in 1899 at 310.5 Washington Street. And to be a part of that library, you had to pay 25 cents a month. I'm sure back then that bought quite a few books. The second library is where the Dells Art Center is today. That is a Carnegie library. So there was a $10,000 gift from the Carnegie Foundation to get that library up and going. The city furnished the site and they provided $1,000 in annual maintenance for that library, and it was completed in 1910. And since 1931, the library's been supported by county and city revenue. The third library came from a donation of a land claim filed in 1853 by Judge William C. Laughlin. The city of the Dells purchased that for $28,100 in 1964. It's also supported by city and county city and county funds as well. Since 1960, the actual library was completed in 1966, and then since then there have been a few major renovations. In 2017, we built a 2,300 square foot children's edition, which is highly interactive. It's sort of a merging of a children's museum and a library, and it's quite a destination for families. We've also established and created a teen space and a maker space that has 3D printers, laser cutters, and sewing machines. Unfortunately, right now, because of COVID, nobody can use that stuff. So the library district itself, our library is part of that, and the library district itself was created in 2006 by a double majority. It's supported by a 68-cent tax on $1,000 of assessed value. So it's a service district. So all the library taxes pass through to the Dells, Maupin, and Duffer. Each city's responsible for hiring and employee benefits and payroll in each of their locations. And each city is responsible for building and maintenance in each of those locations as well. So the Dells Library has 11.5 employees. The Duffer Library has 1, and the Maupin Library has 1 full-time staffer and 2 part-timers. There's also 2 volunteer library stations, 1 in Tye Valley and 1 in Shaniko. So the district structure, the governing structure, the county commissioners are the governing board for the library district, but through a intergovernmental agreement, the city of the Dells actually manages the city of the Dells Library, and the Dells Library actually oversees the rest of the library district. The library district also has a library board of directors. They are 5 appointed citizens. The Dells has 2 representatives, and there's 1 each from Duffer and Maupin, and then there's 1 at-large representative. The Wasco County Library Service District belongs to the Sage Library Consortium, 77 member libraries in 15 counties of Eastern and Central Oregon. The Dells Wasco County Library Foundation and the Friends of the Dells Wasco County Library are 2 501c3s that help to support the library. So in the consortium, our library actually circulates the most items in out of the 77 libraries, which is pretty good. So folks are liking the library here. Recently, I did a statistical analysis of the library, compared it to 142 libraries in the state. I divided the circulation by our staff, and we were ranked number 5 in the state. So we're circulating a lot of items per staff member at the library. Some of the services we provide are Library to Go, which is digital and audio books that folks can access 24/7. That's seen a huge increase since COVID. Also, audiobooks are actually bypassing digital print books in popularity, which is interesting. We circulate STEAM kits. We circulate hotspots, sketch pads. We circulate a Pulpit Rock Review, which is a book the library put together with contributions of poems from local folks in the community. We also circulate Rokus, so folks can actually get free Netflix if they want, if they check out the Roku. We have digital drawing tablets that people can check out as well. One of our big things is programming, so we provide cultural, leisure time, educational programming. It's really popular in person, but during COVID, we've had to change our focus a little bit. So staff has been really great on creating these take and makes, and families are loving them because it's getting their kids off the screens and actually getting them to do some hands-on activities. And families are loving that. So right now we're in curbside service. The front doors are closed. Folks can place a hold on items, call us up, place a hold on stuff, or come to the front door and tell us you want 5 mystery books or 5 new mystery books. And we'll go on the shelf and pick those out for you. So nobody can go in the library right now. I guess our big goals for the year, what's actually one goal, big goal though, is bringing folks back and getting back to normal. Our circulation has really dropped. The community and our patrons really are browsers. They love the Barnes and Noble mentality where they can come into the library, look at a book, feel it, open it up, read the blurbs. That's what they really love to do, and they're not really able to do that right now. So once we get back to normal, we want to get folks back in the library and get our circulation up, our door count up, and start to do in-person programming again and get folks into the library. That's pretty much it. Any questions?
Any questions for Jeff? Councilor Runyon.
Hey there, how are you today? Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Dufur is doing a hybrid school out there, I guess. I'm not sure what Maupin is doing, but is the Dufur Library, the new building, open at all, or is it strictly on a digital or call-in basis?
It's open on an appointment basis right now. So they're mostly closed to the public. The Maupin Library is actually open. They're freely open to the public, so folks are going in and out of there. I was just there yesterday doing courier. And yeah, folks were coming in and out. So we're in curbside, and so is Dufur.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Mayor, I have a question if I may.
Yeah, Councilor Richardson.
Well, thank you, Jeff, for being here today. I'm a big fan. I appreciate the staff there at the library carrying on and adapting as best possible. I'm wondering if you give some thought to, this is kind of winging this question, would you give some thought to reopening either on a sort of trial basis where, there's a circulation where people go in and out different doors, or reopening to people who are vaccinated, sort of a soft opening or rolling opening to people that have gotten vaccinated?
So we had a limited basis opening back in early July, and it didn't really go that well. There was a lot of pushback from our patrons. The requirement was they had to wear a face mask while they were in the library. And some of the patrons would wear a face mask to get by the door. And then once they were in the library, they'd take it off. Well, then other patrons would come up and complain about them. And then we were having to be like the library police. So my staff has been excellent at forming relationships with the community and our patrons. And a lot of friendships were being really tested because people would come in and we were having to call them out on wearing a face mask. and some of the folks weren't taking it real kindly. And I remember this older gentleman, one of my staff members that's been at the library the longest, has known this guy for 20 years and has always been very friendly with this guy. And he tried to sneak right by her and go in the library. It was pretty crazy. So basically we went back to curbside, and then shortly after we went back to curbside, the state got tighter on everything, and most of the libraries in the state got tight as well and went to curbside. So I believe I saw the statistics a week ago, and I believe 20% of the libraries are actually open and about 80% are providing curbside services.
Any other questions? Councilor McLaughlin?
Thank you, Mayor. Generally, you begin your dissertation with a joke. Where's the meat, Jeff? All right. You know, I frequent the library with the grandchildren, and I appreciate the children's section and what you do to enhance learning. I also appreciate the second story where you have the new digital equipment and you have speakers at least pre-COVID. What are the plans to expand this program when you do return to normal operations? Do you have a plan in place?
I'm sorry, to expand
expand and enhance the education program for youth.
Yeah, I was actually talking to my programming staff about that the other day. So what they're doing right now is researching a lot of different like speakers that we could come in and do programs, so that once we get the green light on a date, a hard date when we're going to open, we can actually start planning. And so day one, we could have programs planned. So they're researching right now different programs. We're also looking at different aspects of technology. So we just bought 5 Chromebooks, and we're actually in a week or two, we're going to have a program for the public where they can check out those Chromebooks in a hotspot and take that home. And then we're going to offer a program on those folks actually looking for jobs and where to look for jobs and how to go job hunting. So using different aspects of technology once we reopen, and also, you know, getting folks lined up to offer the programs once we open up is kind of where we're at on getting back to normal and enhancing all that once we're back to normal.
Well, my observation in the past 46 years is that we're lucky to have a quality library like we have in our community, and thank you.
Thank you for the compliment, Tim.
Any other questions? Okay, I don't see any hands raised, or I didn't hear anybody yelling at me. So thank you, Jeff, very much. Excellent presentation.
You're welcome.
Next, we have Human Resources and Daniel Hunter. Mr. Hunter.
Thank you, Mayor Mays, and hello, members of council. So just a brief comment about what Human Resources Department does at the city, and then just have a couple of goals for the coming year that are slightly different than previous years. So Human Resources does recruiting, hiring, onboarding of new city employees. We manage employee benefit packages. We recently, this last year, changed medical providers from Providence to Cigna, primarily due to Providence bringing back a 13.9% premium increase, which we couldn't deal with that effectively in local government in Oregon. So we moved on to Cigna. Also draft personnel and safety policies. The citywide safety program is run through Human Resources Department. We have a full-time city safety officer, Bailey Bulk, who manages that for us. This year, due to COVID, he's been focused a lot on the county emergency operations and serving as their safety officer, in addition to tackling some of the major things here at the city as far as safety goes. This year we inherited the city's general liability, property and auto insurance from the city attorney's office that went to contract, and that fit in well with the position of enterprise risk manager, which I had been doing since 2016. And so it's basically just brought all of city insurance under the human resources department. And so in managing that, we have two local insurance agencies that we go through for our workers' comp and general liability, and that's Stratton Insurance for workers' comp and Oregon Trail for the other insurances. We also belong to risk pool through the City County Insurance Services, which is a risk pool for smaller communities and counties in the state of Oregon. The larger communities like Portland, Multnomah County, Eugene, Medford are all self-insured, so they don't belong to a risk pool. CIS does our general liability, pre-loss employment, and risk management. And SAFE Corporation does our workers' comp. This year, Stratton Insurance, Brianna Wimber, who is our agent with Stratton, will be bringing the council a renewal for continuing with SAFE workers' comp. And with that, she'll be presenting another option, which is being discussed right now between SAFE and CIS for workers' comp, which will be an umbrella organization where they're basically joining forces to combine resources of both organizations. And so you'll hear more about that at renewal time. And really the benefit largely in that is going to be for organizations that have workers' comp through CIS. They then gain the investigative and data management side that SAFE has, which is a great benefit to them. We currently have SAFE for workers' comp. So the only real added benefit to us will be any cost savings that we would experience from a low risk pool that they're talking about under that umbrella organization. So that's a brief history, I guess, of what workers or what this department does for the city. And looking at my goals for the coming year, I'm trying to prepare best for a couple of vacancies in city leadership, management positions that may be retiring before the end of this coming budget cycle. And in addition, part of the benefits through Cigna Health Insurance is an employee health incentive program where it's a reimbursement account. We budget for it and expend it to incentivize employees to take better care of themselves. And my focus in the coming year will be on preventative care. Cigna pays 100% of preventative care visits, but in order to get our budgets or maintain our budgets at a lower level and help incentivize the long-term health of the employees, we would be entering this program with Cigna where we incentivize the employees with, say, a $100 gift card for getting preventative care visit with their doctor. And then we submit that invoice to Cigna and they repay us for that amount. It's currently limited to $10,000 annually, but they are working to get that increased to $15,000 because we couldn't get it budgeted in the current fiscal year. So they're trying to back up next fiscal year's expenditures because of that. So that's the Human Resources Department, and I'd be happy to take any questions.
Any questions for Mr. Hunter? Okay, I don't see any. Last call. Thank you very much, Daniel.
Thank you.
Next, we have our city clerk, Ms. Grossman.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. I apologize that you don't see me, but I'm behind the camera for these meetings, so I'm behind the camera. You can't see me. The First of all, I wanted to make sure that everyone understood that IT does more than what I have on my sheet here. I just think everybody knows what IT does. But our IT department is 1 3/4 employees. This next year, we're hoping to increase that to the 3/4 to a full-time position. IT handles all the needs of the city, the police department, public works, all the desktop help. Recently have even expanded to helping our council with any issues they have and helping them get set up. They handle all our renewals, all our licensing, making sure that we're following all the rules about those things. We have backups on all of our systems, constantly researching new ways of doing things, better ways of doing things. This year, their main focus was making sure our VPN was strong enough and that all the people who were working at home or are working at home had access. They spent a great deal of time researching those things and helping us all get along better. It was a little rough and bumpy at first, but I think that now it's pretty good. We do have a 24-hour monitoring program that alerts Patty Salmon, who is our division manager for IT. And she is basically on call 24/7. She has quite a setup going that keeps her available, which I know the police department has especially been pleased with because they work 24/7. I think she also prepares the IT budget. I only oversee it and help monitor it. We discuss big purchases and why she believes those are important. And I pass that information along to the city manager for consideration. So I think that's the biggest part of the IT. Did you have any questions on that?
Any questions about IT? No, it looks like no. So please proceed.
Mr. Mayor.
Yeah.
I don't know if this is technically an IT question or even a question, Izetta, but a comment. Just that I would encourage you to talk with some of our department heads who are also looking at new ways of citizen engagement. And I wonder if a certain consistency in the way the city reaches out or encourages citizen feedback across departments might not actually be helpful in that sense. And I see that's one of your goals for the, I think, coming year.
Thank you, Dan. I believe that the city departments work pretty well together. The department heads have a meeting after every council meeting, and during that time, people do tell what they're looking at and what they're trying to do. And we've gotten really good over the last 5 years since I've been overseeing IT at really keeping IT involved before we go and purchase new things, so that she knows that the requirements and can facilitate the implementation of those things that we need. We do have a number of departments right now who are looking at better ways of presenting forms and things on our website. And those are things that we are having discussions all the time with each other. A new website actually was on my list for this year, and it kind of got pushed off because of COVID and next year. But I'm working really closely with our regulatory compliance officer, who Dave indicated does a lot of updating of the web pages for Public Works. All those things go through me. People create their things, and then I'm the one who actually posts and keeps the website up to date. But each department is responsible for what is on their pages. We do have to think about, though, are we going to spend a lot of time reinventing the wheel, or do we want to just do some enhancements until we can get that better, more user-friendly website? It's been something on our list for quite some time, and we're trying constantly to update when we can. I believe that COVID has really helped us, all of us, do a better job of reaching out to people through the technology that's available. Did that answer your question?
Thank you, Izetta. I appreciate that.
Any other questions for Izetta?
Or IT.
Or IT, yeah. Looks like no. Did you have more you wanted to comment on, Isaiah?
I'd like to comment on the city clerk's job, which is a whole different.
Yeah, so you're the city clerk as well? I didn't know that.
I
Okay.
am. I'm the city clerk. I've been the city clerk for 5 years, and previously that I was the executive secretary to the city manager. So I've been around for a little while, not as long as most of the department heads, but a little while. My main duties are meeting management with this city council and the beautification committee. I'm the staff liaison for that. I am the supervisor of IT. I handle the website and social media postings for the City Hall Facebook post. The library handles theirs, and the police department handles theirs. The teleconferencing equipment and training that we were lucky enough to get this year, I'm super, super happy at having those things available. It's really been awesome for us to be able to have these meetings and use this technology in a lot of ways, and it's saving staff time, which is always a great thing because we're always doing more and more. I facilitate the Lewis and Clark Festival Park and dock use. So all those applications come through me. I'm the city elections officer. I am the records retention manager. That means that I help other departments make sure that we're following all the records retention rules. We, a couple years ago, moved over to OMRS, which is an organ records management system with the state. And we are still, all departments are still working diligently to get as much as we can over to that system so that we can start having web drawers on the website. We currently have 2 web drawers. They're under the sidewalk calendar, the sidewalk closure calendar, and the banner permit calendar. This has a great deal to do with the work of the regulatory compliance officer, Jill. She worked really hard to get those things together so I could get those posted. That seems to be working well. With the retirement of our city attorney, I now have taken over the public records request coordinator. So all public records requests come through me. Ones that are more legal in nature are then forwarded to our legal counsel, Jonathan Cara. And so I track all of those and make sure that we're managing those things in the policies and procedures brought down by the state. I am the liaison between the chamber, the Main Street, and the cruise ships when we have that happening. I try very, very hard to stay as up to date as I can with new technologies to support citizen engagement. I prepare and monitor the city clerk budget, which isn't a huge thing. And I oversee the preparation and monitor the IT budgets. I coordinate with various departments, codes department, finance for abatements, resolutions. I create the city quarterly newsletter. And I guess that's it. My main accomplishment this year is teleconferencing installation in the city conference room, the council chamber, and the public works conference room. I continue to research new website ideas for consideration, streamlining various public request systems and policies, researching tracking programs to keep things compatible with everything everyone else is using. Really excited with the coordination with the finance director to merge the council chamber with traffic court. So that's been an ongoing thing. When we first started, we were pretty excited. We thought we were going to be able to update the council chamber, get rid of the paneling, that kind of stuff. And that just got put on hold because of COVID. But we did get all the teleconferencing things, so that was good. And we implemented a help desk system for IT. So that's how everyone alerts IT if they need any assistance. And so now we have a tracking. And that's it.
Thank you, Izetta. Any questions for Izetta?
I have one.
Councilor Long Curtis?
Yes, so actually, I'm not sure if this is IT, Izetta, or if it was actually the police department, but I'm not really sure why I didn't know this before, but I recently found out that the police department has an app Is that something that went through the IT department, or how did that get developed?
Yes, it was a combination effort. The police department identified I think it's called TIP 411 that you're talking about. It's accessible through the city's website, gives all the directions on how you can use it and how it works. And so they did a bunch of research, talked to Patty, determined how it could work on our website, if it could work, and how we would make that happen. And then Officer Lick and I spoke about it. He came over and actually we worked together to make sure we were getting it posted the way we wanted it to look, and we had all those things together. So it was a combination effort. It's a great example of how a department has a need, found a way to fill it, and then worked with IT and then with me to get it on the website.
Okay. Do you think that that is working well? And then the second part of the question would be, how do we go about promoting things like that and letting the public know, and keeping it top of mind for them? Because that seems like a useful tool, and I'm not sure that either people knew about it, or maybe if they heard about it, that when they decided that something like that came up, maybe they didn't remember that it was available.
I know that with the recent home invasion, the police department did have that as part of their press release to use that.
Yeah, that's how I found out about it.
And that I'm not sure if we did any other press releases on that, Chief. If I honestly don't know that we did. Usually press releases come through me just because I post them on the website and on Facebook. And I don't recall if we did a big push on that yet.
We did do a press release, but it was just for the one part of the TIP 411, and it was just recently implemented. So what we're doing is every time we see a need for that, we advertise it. I think it's difficult unless people are really monitoring our Facebook. We do a press release, the media decides whether they're going to cover it or not. So we take every opportunity to tout it because it's a really good way to anonymously report crime or suspicion of crimes. And it has been helpful on this particular case. I will tell you, we haven't received a ton on that one, but we've received some that we otherwise wouldn't have because people wouldn't have come forward. So I think it's going to be a very useful tool moving forward. Good question, Darcy.
Yeah, well, it just seems like you guys have done a lot of work, and it was a really thoughtful thing to do. And, sometimes people feel like the city's not doing much. And I just think it's something that we didn't really maybe toot our own horn as much as you guys should have, because I think it's a pretty great piece of technology. Thank you.
Mayor?
Thank you. Councilor McLaughlin.
Yes, I noticed that you talk about merging city council with traffic court. Do we have a plan and a timeline for, apparently there'll need to be some reconstruction to accommodate both the municipal court and the city. Do we have a plan for rolling out a construction on that city chambers?
Currently, Councilor McLaughlin, those plans have been put on hold. The finance director, Angie, and I have worked really hard on the ideal situation, but with COVID, we don't have the ideal situation. And so we've used the council chamber in the best way possible, using all the COVID restrictions that we have, and masks and cleaning. And the court clerk will be running their Zoom meetings up here. So yes, we do have a plan, but any reconstruction isn't really going to be necessary. We've worked out use of the room and having the equipment that everybody needs here, and it's been working well. Angie, did you have any feedback on that? Did you feel maybe there's something we could work on?
No, I think actually everything's going pretty smoothly. We've been able to, when court was going a couple months back, we were able to section the chairs off 6 feet apart from everyone. And the court clerk was able to have a temporary little desk as you enter the court chambers. So it is definitely a temporary setup, and hopefully when things get back to the normal, we'll be able to, maybe establish that so it's not so temporary. But as I said earlier, next week we're going to be starting with the Zoom conferences. And so we'll be able to use that equipment that was set up. And I think that's going to be, next to having, people in the courtroom, I think that's going to be great. And I think it's going to work out well. There's a recurring meeting, so it is always the same Zoom login. The police department has been very helpful. They've made little cards that'll go with tickets when they're issued. So they'll know the Zoom conference and the user ID and password to get into the meeting so they can do their court that way. So I think until, later on, I think that it's set up as best possible.
One follow-up question, Mayor.
Yes.
When we do return to normalcy, do we have this construction, excuse me, built into our budget, or do we need to bring that in our planning this next year?
Mr. Mayor, I can answer that for you if you'd like me to.
Yeah, certainly. If you're capable of doing that, go ahead.
Okay, so we have one of our budgets is the Capital Improvement Fund budget. And that was designated, years ago for the reconstruction of the upstairs. And so the money is budgeted in that fund. And that fund currently grows if we're not doing any of the projects. So it slowly grows. But that is where we have the money budgeted, along with in that fund also is where we do some of the major expenditures like the HVAC for the police department, or the HVAC over here, or any other big capital projects that might fit that criteria.
That answers my question. And I just have one observation, that when we started the Zoom meetings and I noticed the new 3/4 staff member, he was very, very instrumental in solving many of those issues. And I appreciate his efforts and looked like he's doing a great job.
I would echo that sentiment as well. Izetta, was there anything else you wanted to close with?
I do not. Thank you for your time.
Any
Can I
last
ask one more
comments or
question?
questions from anybody else?
Darcy,
Okay, I didn't see that. Councilor Long Curtis, did you have a question or comment?
Yeah, just a quick question. So what do we do if people don't have a smartphone or internet access and they need to attend traffic court or something like that? That's like a mandatory thing.
Darcy, at this point in time, if they call in and they don't have that availability, we will put them out on the schedule for a later date. So right now we're not actually giving later dates, but we're just keeping their tickets and getting their because tickets don't have their phone number. So when they call in, we'll get their phone number, and then we'll reschedule them when we get back to having court at City Hall. But if they're not doing that, we're not sending it to the DMV or saying that they just didn't show up. If they call and communicate with us that they can't do it, then we put it out to a future date.
And is that on the card as well?
It's on the card to say that if they can call if they have questions, or they can get into the Zoom meeting. So if they call, then we'll be able to relay that information to them.
Okay. I just wanted to ask, I've just, with some of the work I've been doing lately, it's become apparent to me that people don't always know to ask the right questions, things that I think are obvious, like call in if you have a question. I've been surprised how many times that doesn't occur to people. So
yes, the police officer, the police department put on the card to call, and they gave our phone number if they have questions. And then Lupita's been, who is our for municipal court, she is very good at communicating with them, and she's also bilingual, so that makes it very helpful.
Fantastic, thank you.
Okay, last call for questions or comments. Okay, we'll move to the airport. Mr. Rasmussen.
Hey, good morning, everybody. I just wanted to kind of go over for the benefit of the folks that don't know, most of you probably do know how the airport's set up, but we're owned jointly by the city and the county. And therefore, I'm not, my wife and I aren't city or county employees. Our company is contracted through both entities to manage the airport. And so that's how it works for us. We fall underneath of we're considered an Oregon airport. We fall underneath of Oregon for a lot of that. However, we do fall underneath of Washington and WashDOT rules because we're technically in the state of Washington. We also obviously fall underneath the county and the city for certain things, and the FAA, and we work for the airport board. So a lot of times it feels like we have 6 bosses, but what it really ends up meaning is that there's 6 folks, different entities that are invested in the success of the airport, which is fortunate for us. Kind of down the list of bullet points I have on this, a lot of it comes out of our contract. And I took the liberty to kind of update that and change, sort of prioritize what we usually end up spending most of our day or our time on. And so airport daily operations can really include anything that goes on. It usually ends up being something completely different than what I had planned on during the day. And a lot of time lately, I feel like it's been like Caddyshack with the geese over here. We do our budget through the city. And so I end up working with Angie and the ladies in the finance office quite frequently on our budget. We work with our Precision Approach is our engineering firm. And we have a project manager at the FAA at the Seattle ADO who those two really help us make sure that we stay compliant with regulatory guidance from the FAA in addition to the Washington, Oregon aviation departments. And that can kind of ebb and flow depending on what's going on with how much time that takes to deal with whatever issues arise. Any kind of construction projects that go on out here. So we just completed over the summer about a $1.7 million apron rehab project. So we, in addition to Precision Approach, kind of work really closely with to manage those projects that are going on and ensure that we're using federal dollars for stuff like that. So there's a lot of grant insurances and compliance that comes along with it. Some of the accomplishments that we've done this past year. So the North Apron Rehab Project was been in the works for a while. And part of that was relocating some fuel vents that we had for in-ground fuel tanks here for a fuel island. And we had an accident the previous year, and an aircraft had caught fire on the runway, and we had some damage to the asphalt. So we repaired that on the runway as well, as part of that project. My wife, Erin, worked pretty hard on creating a new website for the airport. And she updates that pretty frequently, and that's helped cut down on a lot of calls. And it really, pilots and folks that are using the airport can get a lot of information from there, in addition to things like the agenda, minutes, the audit report, stuff like that. So that helps us out a lot. We have a grass strip. It's called an alternate grass landing area. And so we've completed a lot of the requirements that we had originally been told from the Seattle regional office. They had created a memorandum that listed out certain requirements that had to be met in order to get that grass strip approved. We completed a lot of that, and FAA national headquarters kind of put the kibosh on regional offices creating their own list of requirements. So at this point, we're just waiting on regulatory guidance on how to get that completed and added into our airport layout plan, which means that pilots can actually use our grass strip, which is huge for the airport with the type of aviation that we see a lot out here with the Cubs and the tail draggers and things. Folks really want to use the grass strip. We have a 35-acre business park that is ready to go with utilities. Last year, we worked with Pacific Coast Cherry Packers, and a lot of you are probably familiar with this, but they've built a cherry hydrocooling facility out there, which is one of our first non-aviation companies to go into the business park, which is great for us. We also finished purchasing 2 12,000-gallon fuel tanks, which one of those is still 100 lead, and we'll convert it this year to Jet A. And, that was tremendous. That helped us last year with our fuel sales, which we had a record year, and it also helped us not run out of jet fuel during fire season, which is huge. If we run out of jet fuel during fire season, a lot of those fire assets will not come back. For example, Madras ran out of gas last year during fire season, and a lot of those assets were shifted around to different airports. And because we have the Jet A tanks and the Jet A fuel capacity now, we were able to get a third fire boss that's stationed out here during the summertime, which is helpful, especially when things like the Rowena fire kick off. Those assets being close by can really affect the regional and the area in a positive way. So, and a smaller project there is we had an installation of a new QT pod, which is the cash system for paying for the fuel out here. And some of the stuff we have out on the horizon this year, we're working on the design for the south apron, the other half of our parking, to rehab that in fiscal year 22-23, more than likely. We'll do the design on that this year, and that comes from FAA funding as well. We have some hangars that are in need of roof replacement. One of them we've patched up this year, and one of them will need to replace. And it's leaking into an office space that we rent out to DNR. And so we just want to make sure, and it's well past its lifespan. We're working on some security fencing. So we've had our FBO TAC Arrows built 3 of the new really gorgeous hangars out there. And part of that is there's not any kind of security fencing out there in that area. And so we kind of end up chasing folks off that part of the taxiway quite often. And part of what I want to do, and the FAA will pay for security fencing. It's just not one of their top priorities. Usually they go through, safety hazards first, and then pavement management is their second priority. And then things like fencing and stuff usually kind of come towards the end of that. So we're trying to source different pots of money to deal with our security fencing issue. And part of that is I'd like to reuse some fencing that we have out here that's closing off our closed runway portion that we don't really need there, that I could reuse in different parts of the airport to actually increase the security posture out here. And then I'm in the process right now of purchasing a part of our master plan, actually, in a plan we've had at the airport for several years now, is to have an emergency generator to be able to power the terminal building. It will allow us to pump fuel, specifically Jet A, in case we ever did have a power outage during something like fire season. It'll allow us to continue to pump fuel to those assets. And it also will power our runway lights and our weather observation system, which in the case of an emergency, or, if we don't have the runway lights, it'll keep aircraft from being able to land here. And so Bremerton National Airport actually has a generator it's a 100 kilowatt generator that they're willing to part with for $2,000, which is a steal for us. And then we'll be able to hook it up to our airport here and kind of solve that emergency power source issues. So pending any questions, really, that's kind of all I have.
Any questions for Dave? Councilor Richardson.
Good morning, Dave. Thank you for your report. Nice to meet you, such as it is virtually. Well, so this may be a completely sort of naive question, but here goes. I hear there's been various documents and people praise and I guess enthusiasm for airport expansion, capacity expansion, and much of that has sort of just unalloyed benefits, right? You mentioned the third Fireboss plane, obviously having a life flight. These are real amenities to the community. So that's all preamble to say. That said, just as sort of one of 15,000 residents, I am a little bit, I don't know if concern is the right word, curious about whether there's any conversation on essentially quiet hours. I guess I would not be super enthusiastic about a lot of jet traffic late at night. One benefit we have in this community is a certain amount of peace and quiet. And I don't have any specific, metrics or demands or anything like that. Just a request or a question about whether that's part of the conversation.
Since I've been here, we haven't had any real complaints about noise that I've received, that I've heard of. I know that airports, specifically Hood River, has a real problem with this. The community is not supportive of the Hood River Airport and the noise that it generates. So they've had they have quiet hours and they have certain flight restrictions on time and whatnot. And I've been around the block with aviation for, a significant number of years. And I will say that that is a concern for airports. It usually ends up not working out well for the airport. And stuff like that's one of the quickest ways that it can really sort of, I would say, kill an airport as far as growth and everything else with it. So right now, as far as, what I've experienced is that the community and both sides of the river have been extremely supportive of the airport and the value that it brings to the region, and that the continued expansion of the airport can bring financially to the region as far as businesses coming in. We get folks that would like to come out here and use the business park, or we've got two different UAV companies that are kind of courting us as far as building out facilities out here that could bring jobs to the area. The community college right now has a grant in through federal EDA grant requests in to build a hangar out here that will they'll use for their A&P, their aircraft and mechanic school, basically, which is another huge driver, I think, for the community. So, I guess I would suggest if you get questions like that, that kind of compare it to, is it worth it? I guess that's a question for an individual, personally. So.
Councilor McLaughlin.
Yes, David, is there a hyperlink from the city website to the airport website?
We have it to opposite. I don't know. I can work with Isetta. That'd be an easy fix, I'm sure.
Yes.
I think that you did send me your new web link because we talked about it recently. And I believe that it does connect now.
Okay, great.
Any other questions for David? Okay. I don't see or hear anything else. Thank you very much, David. And we are running a little ahead of schedule, so I would propose, we do have several citizens in the audience, and I would like to entertain any comments of any of the people that are visiting, any citizens with any comments or questions. Please be brief. Is there anybody that would like to address the city council before we break? And then, of course, after that, we'll be moving into our own deliberations after we hear from the city manager. Yeah, I see Carolyn Wood raising her hand. So Ms. Wood, please be as brief as you can. You're on mute. Carolyn, you're on mute.
Down at the bottom.
You should see a microphone at the bottom of your screen.
Got to roll your mouse down to the bottom left corner.
And if you're on an iPad, it's at the top of your screen.
You kids in your fancy.
Oh, there, we did it. We did it.
There she is.
Okay.
You just used up 30 seconds of your time, so go ahead.
I'm sorry. I'll be brief. Yes, I have one issue. Well, I have many others, but one is, when or why don't you guys advocate to finish the lights on 3rd Street? That was part of one of our urban renewal plans that got waylaid because of the downturn in the economy in 2008. And so the street lights, well, there was a lot more planned, but if you just put the street lights up or would promote getting that finished, we'd have 2 beautiful streets instead of that one that's just partially finished. The place where there are new street lights, the taller ones, those were done as those buildings were worked on or remodeled, or mostly remodeled or repurposed. And I as a person on 3rd Street, I would like to see that completed.
Are you talking about the lights that wrap around the pole, or the street lights themselves?
No, the street lights, the historic style street lights.
Yes. Ms. Cannon, I'm not sure. This is the first I've heard of that. So I don't expect that you would know what she's referring to, but is there any, do you have any, or Julie, would you have any information on any of that? It's news to me.
I think that would be a question that the Urban Renewal Agency Board will decide as they go through the process that's coming up this month. The Third Street streetscape, Carolyn, as you well know, has been on that plan for probably 25 years and never been completed. And I don't believe it's being considered at this time as we kind of wind down our projects. I think there's only a couple projects left unless they decide to do something like extend the life of the district. So Ms. Cannon can certainly raise that at her meeting in February with the board as to whether or not that's still a priority project for them.
Yes. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, I just think it's been forgotten and it was really a big issue and a big it was like, we were gonna do 3rd Street, we were gonna go on and do 4th Street in the early days of that plan. And if we just put the street lights up, you don't have to take up the sidewalks and do everything, just put in the street lights would certainly improve and enhance that street.
Thank you very much. We'll certainly look into that. I know Ms. Cannon will take this up at the Urban Renewal Agency level. Anybody else?
Hello.
Is that Mr. Warren?
Oh, I'm just Don. Thank you, though. That's me.
Okay, Don, go ahead. Please be as brief as you can.
Yeah, so I'll try to keep it to 2 minutes, which is a personal challenge. So I just wanted to follow on with what Carolyn was saying. We do have a lot of interest from a variety of downtown businesses that would like to see something that shows the whole town is one beautiful town. And the historic light poles are a great example of that. People from the Foley all the way down to the Civic are interested in seeing those poles up, and Main Street's ready to put string lights up so we have a nice larger downtown rather than just a one lit up Main Street. The other thing that I noticed while I was reading through the packet, next topic, is the community outreach team. I'm still only a year and a half old on the Main Street board. I didn't know about that, and I read in there that I'm supposed to meet with the people in the city on a monthly basis. So I'd like to reach out to Alice and Julie in the near future and make sure that I'm keeping up to date with the directions that they want to set for the community and how Main Street can partner up to get those to happen. And then there was a third item, but I'm going to pretend I forgot what it was. So basically, thank you all for all you do, because I know the vast majority of you that I see pictures of are volunteers, and the rest of you that are people working in the interest of the community, thank you too.
Thank you, Don. We appreciate all the work that you're doing for Main Street as well. Did you want to introduce Sarah? I don't know that everybody has met her.
No.
Don? Or Sarah, why don't you introduce yourself?
Yeah. Hi, I guess I'm Sarah Mall. I've taken over for originally Bunny as the tour boat coordinator, but as everything shut down, I've been writing grants and then slowly taking over as Terry retired at the end of December. We do have another staff member, Michelle, but she is recovering from knee surgery. So at the moment, it's Dawn and I.
Okay, thank you and welcome aboard.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Okay, it is by my clock 11:47, so we can either come back in half an hour, which is the original plan, let's say 12:20, or we can extend our break 40 minutes to 12:30, which was the original plan. What is the council's preference? You want a longer break, or do you want to cut out early and meet back up in half an hour?
Mr. Mayor.
Rod, I see Rod, and then I heard Darcy. So one of you go ahead. Darcy, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say that there are some things that I need to take care of on site down here. And if we could have the meeting start back up at the scheduled time, so it's slightly longer, that would be helpful for me. And I think it'd also be good for the public if they were expecting to come on at a certain time.
Yep. Okay, I see a thumbs up from Rod. Anybody else? Thumbs up from Tim and Dan and Scott. Okay. We will reconvene at 12:30 p.m. Thank you all very much, and we'll see you at 12:30.
Okay.
Hey, Tim.
Hey, David. I knew the answer to that question before I asked it, and it's not linked.
Tim, there's people still on the meeting that can hear your phone call. You might want to mute.
Okay. Yeah, I checked the website and it's not linked.
Tim, seeing you still on the video. Good morning. Are you on, am I correct that you're on the airport board?
Yes, that's true. Are you hearing? I'm locking up.
You guys, this is still recording. So you don't
okay.
want to have a sidebar conversation now.
All right, well, I'm going.
That's why I keep remuting you.
Oh, I'm going to lunch.
Peter. Hey, hang on a second. I turned my computer off and then turned it back on and now it works. Yeah, that's all I did. So. Oh, that's right. I forgot about that. Okay. Okay, I'm all set. Thanks very much. Bye-bye. All right.
Bye-bye. You'd have to ask Julie.
because we need some help.
Okay, it's 12:30. I don't think there's a need to call the roll, but I see Scott, Rod, Darcy, Tim. Who am I missing? Oh, there's Dan. Okay, we're all here. Okay, next on the agenda, we'll get a summary from our city manager, Julie.
Thank you, Mayor Mays. I guess by summary, you mean summarize the morning portion of the agenda. So you've already heard from all of my department managers, and really what I would just like to tell you is how proud I am of that team. You could see by all of the things that they told you that they do and their daily workload and weekly workload, all of that work that I supervise, coupled with all of the relationship building that I do, is kind of that whole rounded picture of what your staff does at the city. And I just wanted to say I couldn't be more proud to have the team I have.
Very, very well put. Thank you. Was there, did you have any observations about this morning's meeting, Julie, you wanted to share, or anything you think we should emphasize as we get into our discussions?
No, I have a few notes. There was a couple of little things I'll follow up on later with my staff and probably do a little recap for you later as to some of those questions and projects. I think I'm ready for you moving on to your portion. So I know I'm excited about it because it'll help me a lot know what's most important to you for this year and how to move forward with the goals and budgeting.
Does any city council member have any observations about this morning they want to share with the group, or do you want to just move on to discussion items? Councilor Runyon.
Just a question, and maybe I missed it in the pile of emails I get from seven different emails, but we had written reports, or at least notes, from everyone except Human Resources and the library, and they both did great reports, but it would have been nice to have a written report. Was there one? If there wasn't in the future, I'd like to have one from each of the people that are going to report so that I have something to look at ahead of time, maybe make questions, etc. You know, it would just be appreciated.
Absolutely. What we had asked them for was a discussion on the divisions of their department and what divisions. And so those two didn't really have things that they put onto paper as far as we do this. So that's why they just provided the verbal overview, but we can fix that for next year if you like.
Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome.
Anybody else regarding this morning? Okay, before we get into discussion items, before I forget, I wanted to remind everyone that at the end of your packet, there was a 3-page, what's called Best Practices for an Effective Team Member. Dan Richardson and I attended the Portland State University, I think it was called the boot camp. And for elected officials, for city and county elected officials, whether you're new or old or whatever. And we thought that this 3-page document was very helpful in helping city council navigate through some of the issues that we're going to be faced with. So I just wanted to emphasize and suggest and encourage counselors to look at that document if you haven't already. So where would you like to start? Izetta had sent out an email last week that asked for, or earlier this week, that asked for discussion items that city councilors wanted to include. I know that Tim, Dan, and I all three of us responded. And we have on the list post-pandemic economic recovery, community conversation, a facilitated town hall to set goals and vision for the community, downtown, the homeless situation, and our webpage. The webpage was addressed. I would suggest we start with that because it'll be probably the easiest and quickest to get through. And it was addressed this morning. Was there any, I just like to say that I've appointed, I think, about 30 people in my 2 years to different committees. And I've had some feedback whenever I ask somebody to serve on a committee, they always go to the city's webpage and check out things. And it seems that some of the minutes we have are kind of outdated, or they're not updated, I should say. And that would be something that I'd like to see. And I know we talked about improving the webpage for next year. Was there any other comments about that one? Anything more people would like to see on the webpage that would provide our staff with some direction? Yeah, Darcy?
Yeah, so I think that Izetta has done a really great job of maintaining the website and making improvements. And I also appreciate the information. I can tell a real difference since a year ago that the different departments have added. But I think maybe it's time to invest in a professional revamp of the webpage just to make it more user-friendly and intuitive, because that really is something that people are trained to do and have a lot of knowledge about, and then it would be easier for Izetta and others to maintain. I think that there's a couple of things that are still tricky about the webpage, but I just think that it's something that someone who knows how to do a webpage would just already know and be able to present us with something more aesthetically pleasing. And also, one example would be when we're going in and looking for the agendas. Right now, you have to click if you want the current stuff, and I think you should have to click if you want the archived information. I just think that stuff should pop up right at the top. And the same thing kind of for the pandemic information. It's up there at the top, but you should be able to close it at some point so that it doesn't shove all of the relevant information down off the bottom of the page every time, because there's a thing with web pages where you don't want people to have to scroll down and be continuously looking. So like I said, I think that, the city has done a good job, but I think it's time for us to just refresh that. And it really wouldn't cost us that much overall to get that done.
Tim.
I agree with Darcy that from where we were with the old webpage to where we are now, it's a 200% improvement. And I agree that Izetta does a great job. It's just that there are a lot of things, and Izetta does a lot of things, and they are important. So what I was looking for is missing links, those types of things that they're small items, but they're huge if you happen to be going for that specific path to get to where you want to find information. So that's what I was making the point. I believe that if we can coordinate, I've looked at the Wasco County website, and that is a well-designed, well-efficient piece of technology. So I don't know if there's some way of working through the county, whoever does theirs. And I think they have each department that are responsible for updating. So I don't know if that's feasible, but it's just a time to do a refresh and maybe reduce some of the demands on Izetta so she can place her emphasis on other items too. So I'm pleased where we are, but I think we can do just a little bit better by just revamping. And that's my take on the webpage.
Thank you. From listening to Darcy and Tim, obviously, I think they're pushing for a redesign, if you will, as opposed to maintenance. Am I understanding that correct?
Not a redesign. I think that the aesthetics, it looks pleasant when you come in. I just think a refreshing of some of the things. Yeah.
Julie.
Thank you, Mayor Mays. We at the staff level, it might look pretty when you click on our website, but it is ridiculous to find things on our website. I've been working for the city for 31 years and I know every acronym and all the lingo, and I still can't find things.
Okay, then I rest my case.
It's a horrible website. We do try to, update it and do our best, but
I know that.
So at staff level, we have looked into this. What will it cost us to do something similar to what Wasco County has, where they actually contract it out? It's hosted off-site, so it's no longer on their server. It wouldn't be on our server if we did it. And the cost of that is about probably $50,000. I know that sounds like a big ticket item, but I think it's worth it. We're the seat of government. And I think to put our best professional face forward when someone clicks on our website has a lot of value to that. And then there is also, an annual fee of, I can't remember what the estimate was, but probably $5,000 a year to manage it and maintain it. We would still have the ability to put items on it, but not to make big changes. The company would do that. And so that's one reason why I was not thinking about putting it in the upcoming budget. But if the city council agrees that this is a very valuable, important piece of what we do at the city, then let me put it in the budget and see where we can find the money.
Julie, how do you feel about going outside, which is what Darcy and Tim have suggested?
That's what we were proposing in the research we've done.
Okay, Tim, did you have your hand raised?
Well, we're on the same page. I don't know if it's, I would like to investigate and see what, options we have out there. So yeah, I'm in favor of that.
Okay, that's what we already have been doing, Councilor McLaughlin.
Then that would solve all of our questions on this item. So I'm satisfied with the plan to move ahead and try to find new ways of improvement. That's what we do.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you guys didn't like my word redesign. What?
Refine.
Refine?
Yes.
This would be way more than refining. This would be starting over and doing it right.
Okay, well, I'll accept that.
I think it's worth the investment, and you may be able to find something not quite as expensive depending on what options you choose. But because we are closed to the public during this pandemic, and I think at least for another year, we really need to be as friendly. And it goes back to our, to the document that you sent out, the values of transparency and being responsive and inclusive. Maybe we can have some Spanish language as well. And it goes toward our goals too of transparent and efficient administration of government. So I really do think we need a whole revamp, but then that is going to make it easier to maintain, and we might have to, you can decide what's best on the staffing level, whether you want to internally handle it or externally. And what we do for this 1 year may be different than what we do in the future when budgets are back to normal as well. But I really feel like this is like our forward face for most people at this point.
I agree with that.
I agree with that.
Mm-hmm.
As do I. Yes.
Okay.
All right, let me do some work this is one of the reasons why I haven't started my budget yet, because I really wanted to hear from the city council what's valuable for you as I put that budget together. Because Darcy, I gave an example just today to someone, working for the city all these years. I know what the code is and I know what the ordinances are. And if I'm Citizen Q and go to look for an ordinance, first of all, you shouldn't have to know that you have to go to the city clerk's page to find it. It's just things that make sense when you're doing it don't make sense to our citizens.
I agree.
Mhm.
Okay, I think we have Scott, did you want to say something?
I just had a question for Julie. Do we have a way of tracking like user numbers, people who log on? Is that something we currently can do, or is that?
Yes, I believe Izetta can track that right now. Mhm. I'll
Yes,
double
we
check.
can.
Okay, the key words I'm hearing here, since you don't like redesign, is revamp and starting over. So,
That's fine.
so everybody's on board with that. Is there a consensus of the city council, and does the staff feel they have sufficient direction to move ahead on this?
Staff feels we have sufficient direction.
Okay. Very good.
All right.
Anybody want to throw out a nomination for next subject of the 4 that we have on that page? If not, I'll throw out one of mine, and that was downtown redevelopment. I understand that urban renewal has a lot to say about this, but downtowns are suffering everywhere, and it's not just the pandemic. It's buying online is way up. We have vacancies, many more vacancies than we had before. That's mostly due to the pandemic, I suspect. I'm really hoping that there's 2 projects that I'm really hoping we can get off. And if urban renewal doesn't take up the gauntlet on this, and they may have good reason not to, it might be financial, it might be they got too many irons in the fire, but one is finishing the First Street project, and the second one would be my goal of getting a People's Plaza, whatever you want to call it, at the corner of Federal and Second Street, and hopefully the Tony's building, which is, if I'm correct, the urban renewal has voted to tear that down. Hopefully that might present a catalyst for doing something with that second Federal place. Any comments on that?
I have one additional is many years ago when Carolyn and I sat next to each other, we discussed vertical housing in the downtown corridor. And we saw it, and at that time, and it currently is important for the development, is getting people living in the downtown space. That will have more going towards revitalizing the downtown and building business structure than anything else that we can do. So that is one of the areas, vertical housing, which we started with the Honnold's building, with the development, the Gare building on the corner that has, but just small numbers of people. But there is potential in the downtown with some of the buildings that are coming on the market. So I just like to add that to the list of downtown revitalization, is encouraging vertical housing in any of the projects, especially urban development that we do. Okay, that's my.
I agree with the housing. I did not mention that because I forgot. So I think housing is absolutely imperative. There are 3 members of the city council, among them, Tim among them, that have been appointed. Darcy and Dan are the other 2. Do you guys have any comments?
Nope, those sound good.
Darcy?
So I think that this is a really important discussion, the revitalization of the downtown. I think it's also a part of a bigger piece of our community direction and development in general. We redid our vision and mission not too long ago, and we try to do it every 10 years. But I'm feeling like with the changes with COVID and more online shopping and just things that have been going on, and some of our challenges when we've tried to do the vertical housing downtown that we may need to discuss as a city council where we think we're headed in the future. And I think it's a big piece of it because of our buildable land survey saying, you know, that we, at this time, we can't expand the urban growth boundary. And I think we need to reconsider how all of this impacts the fact that we aren't going to have so much industrial land, and we might need to look at bringing in economics to the downtown that aren't necessarily shopping at this time. And, you know, I had kind of written down some notes, but I just think it's a bigger piece of it, because then we are also going to have problems with a shortage of supply, and those downtown vertical housing units have through urban renewal, I learned they're just incredibly expensive and they're difficult to pencil out. And so I'm just wondering where we're going as a community. And I'm always hearing people say they don't want to be Hood River, but I've really never heard anybody say what they want the Dalles to be. And I think we've always kind of aimed toward that industrial port type area with some retail, because so many people come from all over Washington and Oregon to shop here. But I'm not really sure that that's still who we are and where we should be aiming for the next 50 years. Because if you look at the millennials who are up and coming, like my kids, what we're doing with the Dalles and the direction we're going is not a place that they want to stay. And so I would like us to at least have a discussion about who we're trying to attract and maintain here, and what we think we're going to be able to do with this limited unlikeliness of being able to expand the urban growth boundary. And I think that's going to shape the downtown as well as the rest of the town, because I think we often forget about the rest of the town. We talk about downtown a lot, but it's the entire town that we need to be thinking about.
Well, the goal that's listed above the downtown talks about a facilitated town hall to set goals and a vision for the community. I'm not sure who suggested that, but does that dovetail with what you just said?
Mr. Mayor,
Yeah,
and
continue, Darcy,
go ahead.
please.
Oh, I was just going to say yes, and I wasn't entirely sure because I didn't want to throw that out there. I know it's a big undertaking, and staff, Julie probably wants to weigh in on this. Because I feel like we've done it fairly recently, but I also feel like things have changed. And that's why I was just saying before we went out that far, I feel like city council should talk a little bit more about that. I mean, don't you? Like sometimes I feel like we go out to the town before we've really talked about what our goals are of the outcome of public meetings. And I think a lot of times people feel like we have public meetings for input and then we don't follow through on that, and they get really frustrated with us.
Dan?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Darcy. I agree with all of that. It's a bit of a tangle to talk about downtown, which is, you know, a series of complex ideas or decisions. And then also the need for a larger discussion. I agree with both of those. I would say that, you know, I've talked with Director Cannon and some other folks. I am pretty excited about digging into urban renewal and how we could prioritize some redevelopment or new vitality, say, to downtown. And these projects that the mayor has mentioned are, you know, at the top of the list to have conversation about. So that is probably a primarily an urban renewal conversation, at least to start. Perhaps one other piece that city council or staff could explore would be, there are one or two entrepreneurs who are you know, pretty new to downtown that have taken on a couple of these older buildings and put in new businesses. You could probably think of who they might be. It might be really valuable to have a sort of, I don't know, basically just a conversation with those folks about what hurdles they've found in doing that kind of investment, so that we could lower those hurdles for other people and make it more of a, you know, a welcoming and feasible endeavor for people to invest in and put time and energy into downtown. I don't know what the right process for that might be, I guess I would encourage those with a bit more experience, Mr. Mayor, Julie, Alice, if you guys have thoughts on how we might do that or how we might benefit from that recent experience, I would defer to you, but I do think that's something valuable that we could gain from those people.
You're talking about the people that have recently invested in downtown, right?
Yes, sir. That's valuable experience. It may mean that we have to be open to being critiqued, on a departmental or on a city level, but it's really valuable experience. What have they found? What challenges have they run into that we could smooth out for other folks?
Okay, any other comments or?
Yeah, I do. I have one.
Rod?
Mr. Rod. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I remember when I first came onto the council, I did some marching around and whatnot. And one of the places I stopped was at Fun Country with Mike Erland. And he says, we always talk about downtown, but the city is bigger than downtown. It's just one element. And he said to me quite often, the highest value businesses are not downtown, the ones that bring the most money into this community, like Fun Country, like the car dealerships, and so on. He says they're rarely asked what their opinions are, yet they have the advertising dollars and and all the employees that they house among them. So however we do this, that's where I get back to, and I'm going to have a meeting with Alice myself this week, get back to a survey of business owners in our community about what they see and really doing making a good faith effort to get their opinions about what they would like to see in the community. There are communities not that far away. I believe it was Gresham at one time expanded an enterprise zone and really made a conscious effort to help with all manner of things to bring businesses into their downtown. And some things like that could be explored as well. So I'm all for what you've all said so far. I just want to make sure we don't leave out the big taxpayers that are involved in our community.
Yeah, if you remember, I was with you when we visited with Mr. Erland and
yeah,
from that meeting, I got the idea to do a business appreciation and recognition program where the Chamber of the City and the Small Business Development Center would go around to talk to different businesses, whether they're downtown or whether they're on 6th Street or wherever, 2nd Street or wherever, and talk to them about what the city can do to help them grow and prosper and thrive.
Yeah.
The COVID situation kind of put a damper on that idea, but certainly we've had some great conversation here, but I'm not getting a sense of a firm direction or a goal that we can ask the staff to proceed with. And maybe it's just a question of or an idea of putting down some thoughts that we talked about and give them the urban renewal, but that doesn't cover the whole city.
No, I think this is really just some general topics, but I think there's an opportunity. I was going to talk with Ms. Cannon about it as far as surveys and so forth go, an opportunity to partner with the Chamber of Commerce for one, and there may be other avenues out there as well.
Downtown organization as well, Chamber of Down.
Main
And is there a retail automobile dealership alliance or something? Do they have a group, an association?
I'm not
I
familiar.
know they belong to associations. I don't know if they have a local one.
Julie, you got your hand raised, Julie.
Oh, I will go ahead and continue your conversation and then I will try to do some recapping when you finish.
Okay,
I didn't see any other. Darcy?
So if you were looking for a direction, my suggestion would be that I would like the city council to spend some time talking about the Dells and what we want to become as an entire community, and then partner with urban renewal and other agencies, the downtown, Main Street, etc., to work on different aspects of that. But I view city council really needs to be the one working on the entire town and making sure we have a cohesive plan. And sitting on urban renewal for 4 years, that's a consistent theme, is that urban renewal wants to know, what does the city want us to do? And then there's even some discussion at urban renewal about whether or not they still want to be a separate entity or whether it should go back to the city. And you know, that's a whole nother can of worms. But I still just feel like things have changed, and I'm not sure that I don't have a clear vision on, as a leader, how I'm supposed to be leading the Dalles to what the citizens want. I'm really not sure what we want as an entire community. Everything, housing, employment, you know, where we're going to be in 50 years, because I feel like sometimes we're only looking at what's right in front of us at this moment and making a decision on that, rather than looking at what's the long-term plan and what are the steps that we need to take right now to get us to the end point.
You're muted, Dan. That's $1 fine.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't know that I have much to add to Darcy. She sort of took the words out of my mouth. We may have sort of blurred the lines between two different topics. One is downtown specific and one is more vision for the community. And those are, you know, sort of interrelated, but yes, I agree. We need to have some community conversation, whether it's council led or open town hall. I don't know, but some way to get at a sense of, as Darcy said, what do we want to be as a community besides not Hood River or not that place? What is our sense of ourself? There's a lot going on. There's a lot of dynamics that I think we have not really come to grips with. Buildable lands and sort of the impact for good, hopefully for good, that the Google development will have sort of some generational turnover. There's just a lot of threads that I feel we are in need to really kind of discuss and hash out and try and get some bigger, you know, picture ideas. So that's just a long-winded way of saying ditto. I think that would be a really valuable conversation, kind of however we structured it.
So you're suggesting, if I'm hearing you guys right, sort of an open session meeting the city council would host, invite our partners like the Chamber, the Urban Renewal, Main Street to attend, and talk a broad range of subjects that pertain to setting goals and a vision for our community. Is that what I'm hearing?
Could be.
Okay.
Julie?
Okay, I'm ready. I'm ready to jump. So I don't want to go down too many rabbit holes, but I don't know how many of you have in your hands or have read the City of the Dalles Vision 2020 plan, which was the last formal visioning process we went through. If you have read that recently, you can see that a ton of the things that were identified as important to this community have been accomplished in that plan already. We actually planned to start updating that 2 to 3 years ago, and because of the workload in the planning department at that time, we were not able to push that forward as a high priority project. But what I'm hearing and interpreting, so correct me if I'm wrong, is that's ultimately what we want, is we want to take our visioning plan and completely update it, almost starting over, if you will, since we've reached the end of that 20-year vision. And so if that's what you want, and I don't know if you all know exactly what that document is, so if you don't, let me know, we'll get it in your hands. Then what we can do is give you a process, a timeline outline. I do think we would probably have to hire a consultant or something to help us through that, because that typically starts with our planning department, and they have quite a bit on their plate right now because they're going to have to do all the state housing updates that are required by the end of this year. But it's a great process and it does bring in partners. There's a piece of that. It brings in town hall meetings. Almost everything that you all have identified today is part of a formal visioning process. And it wouldn't just be what kind of businesses do we need and where do we need them. It takes into account, you know, what's important for our youth, what's important for our education in this community. It's the whole big picture. And I think it's hugely valuable, and especially considering that our current vision plan is called 2020 and this is 2021. So I would propose that you allow us to put something together and bring back to you as a council and say, here's what we think you want, and then you can correct us if we're wrong. And we'll probably need to put a little bit of money in the budget for that to begin that work as well.
I'd like to hear some proposals and thoughts about that, Julie. I for one. Yes, please.
So you're talking about updating the visioning process. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes, and almost it really starting over since that one's 20 years old now.
So you're suggesting we have another 20-year visioning process that would take us to 2040.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm just thinking, I'm trying to do the math in my head and see how old I'm going to be in 2040, but that's our.
You're going to be 59, Rich. Come on.
Okay. Does everybody, Tim?
Well, you're asking for a vision, so I'm going to give you. When I moved to the Dalles, look at that picture behind Darcy. I mean, you can't find a setting more beautiful than this city, and that's why I love it. And I love it because of the people that are here. We are known for thousands of years as a shopping or trading center. And if you look at it, when you buy a car, when you buy a refrigerator, where do you go? You come to the Dalles because we support those things. And we have to encourage business trading, and we have to encourage everything that we can to make our economy here healthy. In addition to that, I believe the infrastructure is also important, our roadways and how people get to and while they're here, how they get around. Also, the infrastructure for a long-term water supply for our citizens, not now, but in the future when climate change does come and it's affected, we will have made an impact by making sure that the Dog River project gets completed, where we can now fill our reservoir into the future, and we will have a sustainable water supply for the people that live here. That is something that's extremely important. And I appreciate all the efforts Public Works, Dave Anderson has put into this project, and Julie and everyone else. Those things in combination with a safe environment for our citizens, having a police force that is not overt, a police force that is respectful, a police force that maintains order. That's what we're asking of our police. And they do an amazing job in our community because of the leadership. And I believe that will continue. So those are the aspects. If, as a city council, we have to make the Dalles a place where people can live and their children are supported with activities. We make good schools, so kids that leave our community and will go out into the world are successful. So those are the things that we're working towards. And those are the goals that I'm always in the back of my mind looking towards, is making it the best place that we can by working together and communicating. That's my take.
Thank you, Tim. Anybody else have any comments before we wrap this subject up? Scott?
Yeah, I agree with Tim. I think he hit on something real important there, and that's that the Dalles is who we are because of our geographic features, our geographic location, the mountains, the river. All these things are important, and I think that's determined who we've been in the past, and I think it's going to play a large part in determining where we're going to go in the future.
Thank you. Julie, you want to, Carolyn, this is really for the city council, but go ahead and we'll give you a minute.
Well, I can give you a lot of history. In 1990, we discovered we didn't have a functioning sewage treatment plant. And it was at capacity, and we were at the point of cutting it, not being allowed to build anything more. So I just want to point out that since 1990, we have come a long, long way, and in redoing and improving and fixing the infrastructure underground in this city. But I have to say that it's very, very, very old, some of it dating to 1900. So I think you still have infrastructure repairs that need to be made to get the street runoff, all of it, to the creek and to the river, not to the sewage treatment plant. But I'm just saying that I am really proud of the fact that we did a envisioning process in about I was early, a little bit later, 92 or 3. And we have done a lot of that. We got the community to come together and work together to do the infrastructure projects and to support that. And what's been accomplished in the last 20 years, I think, has been tremendous also. But I think number one responsibility of city government is maintaining the services of the city for the people and the future. And I think you're right in looking into the future. The other thing, in order for people to come here and invest, having a good infrastructure system and the rules and regulations that allow them to function is extremely important. They aren't going to come here if they have to redo. So continuing on the street improvements, the sidewalk improvements, and I think you're all on the right track, but I just want you to know that we've been working on this for 30 years, at least in my lifetime. So, but it's never going to be completely finished, but you need to keep on. And Dog River is, I think, number one. The other piece I think that maybe you haven't heard is that the water rights to the Columbia River is a process that I know Dave Anderson knows, but council needs to be reminded. Maybe there is nothing for you to do right now, but to carry on history, people need to know this and pass it along. And that is, there are conditions or regulations around that need to be renewed periodically. So when you look into the future 50 years, it's something that doesn't want to be forgotten.
Okay, thank you.
I found
Tim?
this very interesting today. Thank you.
Thank you. Tim?
It is efforts like Carolyn Wood and your efforts and volunteerism that have made the difference, Carolyn. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Tim. Yours too.
Okay, Julie, you want to summarize the wrap up and where we're going to be going with this particular goal?
Okay, so when we started talking about the downtown vitality, and I think where we ended up was all of these things fall under the visioning and economic recovery and the downtown. So I will try to get some bullet points all under the correct goals for you to review. The first portion that we talked about, I agree with Councilor Erickson that those are going to be dictated a little bit by urban renewal and their decisions regarding the First Street project and the plaza, the vertical housing. We do have a lot of things in place as far as policies for that already, and tax breaks and ways to encourage that. So I feel pretty good about that. And then the conversation about not just downtown retail, but retail for the whole city, having the workshop with the city council, looking at the big picture of our economic future. And then I did want to address, Councilor Erickson, you mentioned it would be good to find out what the hurdles have been for some developers. I think we can do some extra work on that, but one thing that we do now and have done for a number of years is anytime someone comes into our planning department for a building permit or some kind of process, they get a survey and many people return them. And so it's been really good feedback for our planning department over probably the last, I'm going to say 5 or 6 years as that kind of how are we doing check-in with people. And you're right, there's been some heavy criticism but also a lot of positive remarks, but I think that helps our staff. And I think we can probably do a little better on that as well. So we'll address all that. I will try to put together some kind of an outline for the city council to consider as far as what we think a visioning process would look like for you, what the steps might be, what the cost might be, and get that back to the city council. And I will probably put some money in the budget somewhere for that work to begin. It typically takes about a year to get through that process because you want, so much involvement from the community and all of our partners. So that's my take on this conversation. Did I miss anything vital?
No.
Sounds good.
Okay.
Okay, I see, let's see, Rod and Tim have given their blessing. Darcy, Scott, Dan? Okay.
Thank you.
It's Dan Richardson, right? You didn't change your last name to Erickson, did you?
Yeah.
I was wondering.
If it makes it easier for you to agree with me, I will go by pretty much any name you choose to call me.
Did I call him the wrong name?
Yeah, you did twice.
I'm so sorry. What did I call you?
Erickson.
Oh, for crying out loud. I'm sorry.
That's okay, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to refine my own language just a little bit and say I kept using the word hurdles. I probably should have said something more along the lines of experiences of those people. I did not mean any specific critique. I just meant their recent experiences might be really valuable for us to sort of see things through the entrepreneur's eyes.
Thank you. Okay, anything else on this? Okay, any nominations for our next subject?
I think we kind of wrapped up a lot of the subjects on the list in that last conversation, except for the houseless issue.
Yeah, we got two of them. I just want to finish this last with a comment about the downtown. I recognize that the downtown is not exactly one of our big generators with tax revenue. And I see that as being a problem though. And I think downtown needs to be a bigger source of tax revenue for all of our taxing bodies. It's the focal point of our community. It's the place where all of our visitors go with the murals and everything else we got going on. And I'm not saying it deserves special attention, but I do think between housing and tax revenues and people places, we can really make that place something to be more proud of. So I'll just leave it at that. The homeless situation, I guess that's not the way to call it anymore. It's supposed to be houseless.
Okay.
I wanted to bring this up because, and I'm glad Jonathan's here. Back on November the 20th, we received what I thought was an excellent legal opinion. It was 7.5 pages long, regarding two cases, recent court cases that I think have had will have or are having impacts on this subject. And if I read this right, the city is precluded, our police department specifically is precluded from kicking people off of public property if we don't have a sufficient number of beds to house them. So I'd like to have, and I was hoping Jonathan may be prepared, because I did give Julie a tip on this, to discuss this issue and make sure that we're all reading this right and to talk about the repercussions for the city in the future on this subject. Jonathan?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No problem. I sent that memo on November 20th, shortly after the city worked on passing the emergency resolution to provide temporary shelter in the midst of that crisis. But in general, absent an emergency resolution, you're exactly right. There are two federal precedent cases that have some authority over us here in the Dalles. Not much involvement at the state level. So just to back up for just a moment, the two federal cases, the first one being Martin, the second one being Blake. The one we must follow to the letter is Martin, because it was an opinion issued by the Ninth Circuit, which has jurisdiction over the entire state of Oregon. And in that case, in the Martin case, it essentially boils down to the fact that we can't enforce any criminal laws against, I didn't realize until just this meeting that the term that is commonly used now is houseless. And so I may keep saying homeless just because I haven't been used to it yet, but I'll try my best to say houseless if that's the term that is to be accepted now. And so backing up, just under Martin, the rule is we can't enforce criminal laws against those houseless in our community if we don't have enough beds to shelter them. And those criminal laws are relating to sleeping or camping on public property. Similarly, in the Blake case, which is persuasive and not necessarily binding, the city may not enforce its civil laws against houseless individuals, against loitering, sleeping, camping, also on public property, if the city doesn't have adequate shelter to house them. And so the basis of both of those opinions is the fact that if we were to enforce our laws against sleeping and camping, against those who have no alternative other than to sleep or camp on public property, federal courts have interpreted that to be a violation of the Eighth Amendment, specifically with respect to cruel and unusual punishment. And so it's a very, at the time when these cases were decided, it was a pretty novel argument, but it's since gained tremendous traction. And it appears to be the direction in which the entire nation is going to be looking. Typically, homelessness has been more severe in the western side of the country for a number of different reasons, typically because of the weather. It's a little bit less brutal than back east or in the south. And so there's a national trend of having more homelessness issues in the western side of the country. And so these Ninth Circuit and Medford Division of the District Court here in Oregon have sort of taken the first crack at it, but it appears to be gaining traction throughout the country. And so all of that is just to say that it's a developing situation. Now, as far as where we are today, the most recent case, the Blake case, that was involving the city of Grants Pass in Southern Oregon. My understanding is that the city is appealing that decision. I'm not too sure if the merits of their appeal, if it's more procedural or if they're arguing that the substance of the opinion is wrong. But at any rate, until it's reversed, it's still a persuasive authority here for us in the Dalles, which means we don't necessarily need to follow it. However, it exposes the city to liability if we decide to overlook it, because the analysis that the court did in the Blake case would be identical, more or less, to the similar, situation if we had one here in the Dalles. And so it's instructive for us to look at. I know that at the last city council meeting, I believe Councilor Long Curtis mentioned that we're finally going out and getting a point in time count of our homeless population, which is critical because in order for us to know how many beds we need to have in order for the city to enforce criminal and civil laws against everybody, we need to know exactly how many people we're talking about. And then we have to ensure that we have sufficient shelter to support those people. As far as the most recent developments on that situation, and this is pretty, when I say most recent, I mean in the last 24 hours, this is the extent of my knowledge. There appears to be, and also as Councilor Long Curtis mentioned earlier, some collaboration among different cities throughout the state, namely through the League of Oregon Cities, and at pushing a statewide statute. So pretty much the state is thinking about incorporating those federal court decisions, turning them into black letter law, which just makes it an ORS, Oregon Revised Statute, just like everything else. And so there's a couple problems with that. We're taking a federal court's opinion, leaving it to the Oregon legislature to come up with some rules. And the issue for the city and for all cities is ensuring that cities have a say in what those rules will end up looking like. Because once they're enacted, it becomes very difficult to challenge them or to amend them in any way. However, now is the time for us to be thinking about what are some of the concerns that we have as they relate to enforcing these rules? And what can we contribute to the conversation at the state level? And so typically, this process is pretty formalized, and there will be public comment for any draft legislation that's proposed. And I fully expect that to be the case here. But sort of behind the scenes, informally, because nothing has taken effect yet, there is some consensus among the LOC member cities that they should have basically full reign of writing this draft and submitting it to the legislature for their approval, as opposed to the legislature coming up with their own rules on what cities can and can't allow. And so it's pretty common for any sort of legislation that comes out to affect cities. In this case, that rule is still floating around. There's a draft in a Word document floating around the Capitol, soliciting input from different cities. I see basically two main concerns for our city. Number one, that draft is still in very early stages, but there are some non-starters there. Typically, what we'd like to see is limiting the scope of what is called public property. As the draft is written now, it seems to imply that we can't enforce our laws against those people in those situations, against even in the interiors of public buildings. And so I know that there's a big push by the LOC to limit the definition of public property in this situation to just meaning those outdoor areas. And the second issue that is a big problem for the LOC right now on this current draft that's floating around is addressing the issue of dealing with third-party liability. And so as it stands now, it's a little fuzzy. And so what they're hoping to do is iron out the rules to make it crystal clear who is liable if somebody gets injured, if there is a person who shouldn't be on public property causing an injury. And so you can imagine a situation in where we have a houseless individual on public property. We can't ask them to leave because we have inadequate shelter. And while they're on the public property, they either injure themselves, injure somebody else, and whether or not that would impute any liability on the city as the holder of the public property remains to be seen. If it happened today, it's a little fuzzy. Like I said, we'd have to do a case-by-case sort of factual analysis to determine liability. But the aim is, at the state level, if they enact this statute, it should be black and white. So there are some benefits. There are some challenges ahead. It's extremely dynamic. It's moving faster than I've seen mostly anything move at the state level. And so I'll let you know as soon as I know more. But I wanted to give you as much information as I could today to give you the most current information on the way that the state is trying to address the situation. Now, there's a lot that we're doing behind the scenes too to address it as much as we can locally. Some of it I can share with you today. Some of it I'll have to wait for a little bit before we can disclose it, but we're trying our best. It has been absolutely at the forefront of almost every conversation that we've had at the city, as far as the ones that I've been in. And so everybody that I know that is working on this has been taking it very seriously. And so we remain committed to following your direction and hearing what you'd like, and we'll implement it as best we can.
Well, it sounds like not only we have to worry about what is the definition of public property, which has not been defined. We have to worry about what is the definition of a homeless person. And if we're going to count the number of people in town that are homeless, we have to have a very strict definition of what constitutes a homeless person. The other thing is defining what a shelter might be. Is there any question about what, for example, we have 18 pallet shelters that house 36 people, but that's supposed to be temporary as of right now.
Yeah.
Do those does that
Yeah, I hear what you're saying.
Even though it's temporary.
I hear what you're saying. So yeah, they count for as long as they're available. Currently, we have them authorized as a temporary emergency shelter through March 31st. And so through March 31st, they would count as shelter beds. After March 31st, they won't. And there's nothing we can do about that. And And so until then, you know, we can presume comfortably that we have, I believe we have 18 shelters, and their capacity, I believe, is 2 per shelter, except for 6 of them. And so that, I believe, means we have 30 available shelter beds. And so long as we have more than 30 homeless individuals here in the Dalles, we can't enforce our civil and criminal laws against them for camping and sleeping on public property. That's right.
Yeah. Darcy, you had your hand up.
Oh, yeah, I was just gonna say, so I'm community action is doing the point in time count, and I have the information on what counts as constitutes a homeless person. And because of COVID this year, they're only counting sheltered people, not unsheltered. So that's gonna skew the count statewide. That's a state thing. But I could share that with you guys. It's all defined, both who counts as houseless or homeless, and those are still interchangeable despite the political correct term, I guess. And then there is a way, I believe, around some of that, and Jonathan can correct me if I'm wrong, but some of what I've heard on the state calls is that some of the cities are using what are called urban campgrounds, and then those are large enough to allow people to place tents, and it allows you to designate one specific public property area where people are allowed, which then allows you to disallow them in other places. For example, if we had an urban campground area, we could say that down by St. Vinny's on the sidewalk, although it's public, we wouldn't allow camping there because there is another designated place, as long as that person had space to put their tent there.
That's more or less very, very true. There are several issues with that, though. But in theory, if you get them all right, you can do it that way, no problem. Aside from the public policy implications of using, of converting public property into, something that isn't available for, every other type of use, we have some specific issues here in the Dalles, namely, and I've addressed this in that memo that I sent out as well on November 20th. We have some land use concerns here. Typically, our land use code is available to give the public as much information as they possibly can about whether or not they'd like to use their land in a certain way. Any use that isn't consistent with our code is a violation of our code, even our use as a city. And so if we'd like to do something like that, we'd have to ensure it complies with our land use code. I investigated our land use code, and it appears that anything resembling a shelter, either permanent or temporary, is not contemplated in the code. Not necessarily, that doesn't necessarily preclude them, except for the fact that there's another provision in our code that says any use that isn't allowed isn't allowed. And so, which is, it goes without saying, but it had to be said in that situation. And so because of that, we're inherently limited, but I'm working with our community development director, Alice, on updating our code to at least contemplate some of the uses that we're talking about, either on a temporary or permanent basis. Because today, if somebody applied, say, hey, I have $20 million, I'd like to build a homeless shelter for everybody in Wasco County here in the Dalles, we could say, thank you so much for your inquiry. At this time, such a use is not allowed, and they'd have to go elsewhere. And there's no real way around it except for updating our code. The only rub is that updating a land use code has a little bit of involvement at the state level because of notice requirements. And so it takes a little bit longer than what it would take typically for any other part of our code, just because of the land use aspect of it. So it's a concern that I brought up in November. We've been looking at it since at least November, and it's something that I hope to get accomplished in the next few months here, just in time, at least for the next winter season. And so if the city of the Dalles would like to house its temporary homeless population at the time next year, we won't have to rely on emergency ordinances or resolutions or anything like that. And it's something that we can plan on. And in fact, something that Julie worked very hard on very recently was partnering with MCAC and to start servicing the homeless population for future years at the site where they're currently being used down by Bargeway. And so next year, because of that, we should have no problem having McHack be set up and having at least that temporary shelter. But going forward, temporary shelters in the winter aren't going to be addressing these other issues that I know that you all want to talk about. And so we're open to getting some direction about other things that you might be interested in us exploring as we tackle this topic.
You have two court cases that have already been, I mean, they're the law, right?
That's right.
Martin and the other one. And yet we have a state legislature that is contemplating passing another law. And how is our police department supposed to enforce anything when the state legislature hasn't ruled and when we haven't revised our land use codes and ordinances?
So that's a good question, and it's a subtle distinction. And so, although it is law, those two federal cases, Blake and Martin, those are federal laws, and those laws are prohibiting enforcement, right? They're not mandating police officers do anything. In fact, instead of mandating the police officers act, they're prohibiting police officers from acting. And so that's okay. That's pretty common when it comes to local jurisdictions interpreting and abiding by federal case law. What the legislature here in Oregon is doing is taking the ideas of that prohibition in the federal law and making it a state statute that would provide direction for cities, for police officers, and give them a guideline for enforcement. And so what you won't see more than likely will be you won't see a statute that says police officers may enforce the law if this. What you will see is if these criteria are met, police officers can't enforce local ordinances or rules against those people in those situations. And so it'll likely also be prohibiting, but at least at the state level, we'll have something in black and white, which would hopefully have solicited public comment. And by public comment, I mean comment by the cities as well. Just like any other law that gets sent to the legislature, we have to do our part as a small community to do our best to hopefully get some representation at the state level, to sort of look into what are the ideas that are critical here for us, and how can we impact or impart rather those ideas at the state level to make it law, to make our lives easier, to make it a better community for our citizens, and to sort of make everything more efficient that way. So that's the difference for us between this very vague federal law, relatively, and what we hope to be a robust state statute that solicited quite a bit of involvement from cities and also from counties. Now, the homeless situation for cities and counties is a little bit different. Typically what you'll find, in I believe every county in Oregon, is that most of a county's homeless population resides within city limits. Now, it makes sense, given cities are typically more accessible and it's easier for somebody to be homeless in a place where you can maybe walk to a grocery store as opposed to living out in a rural type area. But counties have their own interests when it comes to these things. So it's like I said, it's very dynamic and it's moving very quickly. And so there's competition from the Association of Oregon Counties and the League of Oregon Cities as to what are the best ways for the state to be thinking of this topic. We're privileged enough to live in Wasco County and in the city of the Dalles, where our homeless population isn't as large a part of the population as it would be in somewhere like Multnomah County, where it appears the situation has sort of run away without any mitigation at all. Here, we're privileged that although there are any one homeless person is too many homeless persons, but in the sense that the numbers are rather manageable. And so I'm very confident that going forward, we should have a great handle on the homeless situation. And I will try my best as the city attorney to effectuate any rules or ideas that the council would like here.
When you look at what we should or should not be doing as a city, it seems that the police department needs to adhere to that federal law. In other words, they cannot kick somebody off of public property, which is why, for example, there's somebody camping on the south side of the St. Paul or St. Vincent de Paul shelter right now on the sidewalk. There's a tent there. Now, in past days, our police department would probably go by there and ask the guy to leave, or the people there to leave, but they're not doing that now because of these 2 federal cases. Is that pretty correct?
Yeah, that's right. The city used to have the city police department used to have a police department policy about 3 years ago that was about enforcing anti-camping and anti-sleeping ordinances and state laws. I believe Gene Parker, when this Martin case came out a couple years ago, instructed the police chief at the time to pull that policy as it was inconsistent with the federal law. Now, we're still doing that, right? So we haven't been enforcing any criminal penalties against any homeless individuals for sleeping or camping on public property since then. And we won't until we get some guidance from the state on what we should be doing through that statute. But you're right. I've spoken with our police chief about that tent and others, and I've given them very clear instructions on how to deal with situations like that. The general rule sort of ties back into what Darcy said earlier about maybe setting up a zone for, where we permit this in general, as opposed to everywhere in the city. And that speaks on the fundamental idea of alternatives. So long as there are alternatives to sleeping on public property that are made available to anybody who needs them, we can't enforce anti-sleeping and anti-camping statutes against them. Alternatives is a very general term. One alternative is the one that Darcy mentioned, and there are others, and there are other ways of going about it as well that I'd be happy to share with you at a later time. Thank you.
So, should we be looking at revamping our land use code before the state acts?
I don't know that those two ideas will be too connected. However, we should as quickly as we can. And so updating our Ludo takes quite a bit of effort. I know Alice has a big plate, but she also has a big appetite, and she's a really hard worker. And so I will try my best to coordinate with her if that's the consensus of the council, and if that's the direction you'd like me to go, at working on getting this done as quickly as we can.
With the understanding that nothing's going to happen at the state level that would interfere with whatever we come up with.
Right, it shouldn't. And so specifically, just to address the Ludo amendments, because I brought this up in November, even before we even knew about potential state legislation here. And the state legislation, by the way, like I said, it's a draft floating around some attorneys and lawmakers in Salem. It's in Word, it's not even a PDF, right? To give you an idea of how, things are changing. They haven't even finished the red line yet. And so we will do it. But it will only be that I can see so far, unless the council would like any other direction or provide any other direction here, it'll only be addressing the issue of permitted uses in certain zoning districts. And so we have the task in front of us of determining, number one, where do we want to talk about putting these shelters, namely which districts of the city, which zoning districts. And number two, what type of shelters are we hoping to allow? Are those going to be warming shelters only? So those would be temporary uses that are only available for a few months out of the year? Or are we talking about a permanent shelter, which is there year round? And so once we have some discussions, Alice and I, on the best ways to approach that, more than likely what we'll end up doing is either Alice or I will write a staff report informing you of our progress, maybe as a discussion item. We'll solicit some more input once we have the specifics nailed down. And then we'll start the process on updating our Ludo.
Tim, you had your hand raised.
Yeah, I have a frightening question for
Please.
Jonathan. Is Parks and Recreation public land?
You mean city parks that are owned by the Parks and Recreation District?
Correct. That's one question, yes.
Yes.
Mill Creek Basin, Cirrhosis Park, Lewis and Clark Park, that's a city-owned property.
Yes. Those are all public properties that we may not prohibit these rules against, right?
Did you have another question, Tim?
Oh, no.
Dan?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Jonathan, I'm wondering, I'm not proposing, but I'm just wondering, could an emergency resolution be a legal way for the city to provide temporary alternatives, like say a camping property on an explicitly temporary basis?
Yes, but that's sort of what we already did. We sort of already have, we have a temporary shelter set up in response to the public health crisis of homelessness and the emergent weather conditions of the winter out here in the Dalles, which are freezing. Someone who's coming from California, like me, I'll tell you, this was the coldest winter of my life. And my understanding is it's not even that cold yet. And so I haven't even, I wasn't in town for Christmas Day where we had some snow, but everybody keeps telling me it's coming. We'll see about that. But yeah, we've already done that, Dan. But as far as, pushing out another one, I'm not too sure I see the merit behind it, especially because we need to justify an emergency objectively. And given that we already have a temporary shelter site and we have this upcoming point in time count, I'm not, I'll be honest, I'm not optimistic on the chances of doing something similar again this season. And so once I update, and just give you an idea of the time frame I'm talking about, right? Because I think that might address your question a little bit differently. If I started working on this today, updating our code with Alice, and we both cleared our plates, it would take us, and this is all we did all day, it would take us 45 days minimum with the notice requirements to push something out there and update our code. So you can think, oh, that's mid-March. Obviously, that's not super realistic, but that's okay. And we don't really need to do anything until March 31st. But we need about 45 days at least for public notice. So you figure an additional 2 weeks to actually do the work. We're thinking 60 days, 60 to 90 days is a very reasonable time frame here. So we can move pretty quickly. But in theory, yes, we could also do it the way that you suggested.
Well, and I'm not arguing the wisdom of it. I'm asking about the feasibility or the utility of another emergency resolution to provide an alternative that sort of bridges now with some future date where we have presumably updated our zoning codes. Mm-hmm. That takes longer than 60 days in all reality. Why would we not contemplate at least having a site, if there were one available, that's public property, to point people to, rather than camping on sidewalks or in other maybe less desirable locations from a public's point of view?
Sure, I hear you. Tell you what, I'm not comfortable giving a yes or no to that question because I haven't contemplated it yet. But let me look into that this weekend, and I will reach out as soon as I can get an idea about if we can do that or not. I hear what you're saying. It's sort of dovetailing onto what Darcy said earlier about sort of designating a site, a public property site, where people can go do that themselves, as opposed to what we have now, which is a city managed, well, no longer, now MCAC is managing it, more of a centralized or organized type of facility structure. But I'll look into that for you, Dan, and we'll have discussions at the staff level about the feasibility of that technically.
Tim?
Does the ruling require only government provide these, or can faith-based be included in that equation for meeting the needs of people if they have faith-based shelter?
No, that works too. But there are certain criteria. And so when courts looked at, for example, in the case of Martin v. Boise in Idaho, courts looked at some of the arguments that the city made, the city of Boise. And they said, look, well, yeah, okay, we didn't have any homeless shelters, but there's some religious organizations in town like the YMCA and things like that that offered shelters. And so why don't those count? And the court said, well, they might count, but they don't because they have too many qualifications. So for example, in that Martin case, there was a faith-based organization that offered shelter for women and children, but only women and children and not men. And the court said, no, that doesn't count. There was another organization in that case that provided shelter, but you had to work for the church a few days a week. You couldn't smoke cigarettes. You couldn't drink alcohol, right? You had to deprive yourself of some of your rights in order to be a member of that church so the church could afford you or a bed to sleep in. And so the court said, that's great that it's open to everybody, but these qualifications are too onerous and they don't make any sense. And so, no, it doesn't count. So like I said, yes, it can count if you do it the right way. Typically, the rule is it has to be open to everybody. You can't really limit it by, oh, you must go to church or you must not smoke cigarettes or anything like that. You know what I mean?
All right, one more follow-up question then. Bridges to Change. That is it's isolated to generally men that are moving out of prisons. They would become homeless if not for Bridges to Change. However, I think that's a private organization, but it is structured and state approved. I would say that probably would meet the qualifications, except for it doesn't allow women and children in those programs for obvious reasons.
Right.
I don't think that program is considered a solution to houselessness, though. That's a parole probation program.
Got it. Okay.
They
Well, I
do
was just
serve
thinking
women in
if-
another house.
I'm just trying to think if there's other ways of meeting the minimum requirements so that my problem is that we are faced with the political fallout because the community they don't understand these rules and regulations. They don't know what we're facing, and all they see are homeless people on the streets, on the sidewalks, and panhandling, and they're saying just clear it away, just get rid of the problem, make our city beautiful. And that's the pressure we're getting on the other side with the political side.
Yeah.
So just understand that we're trying to balance, but we need to do a better job at communicating the issues that we're faced with in making decisions.
I hear you. On Christmas Day, I was in California visiting my parents, and I was in their living room, and I was taking notes on some things that me and Pat Ashmore, our chief of police, were talking about, and we turned those notes into a press release, and we did release one to sort of try to explain what we're talking about now to the public at large. Now, I'll admit I wrote it, so it may have been a little bit dry, but hopefully it conveyed enough information to everybody. Obviously, you're right, Tim, not everybody reads those, or even if they did, they may not care.
They don't want to read those.
That might be it too.
They're busy with their own lives, but it's what they see and perceive.
Sure.
And that's the difficulty that we're faced.
Sure, and I hear you. It's tough to argue that we're not sitting on our hands, but in actuality, our hands are tied. But I think that, if you just take a drive down to Portland, you'll see that this is not an issue that's exclusive to the Dalles. Hood River has homelessness, Portland has homelessness, Gresham. Every city in the state is dealing with this, and you would think that the public might be aware that it's something that's out of our hands at the local level, and that we're really relying on the state and the feds for government here. I don't know. I'll try my best to bridge that gap with you, Tim, and try to convey the city's desire to work on this as much as we can. And if I can help you with anything specifically, please let me know.
You know, I'm thankful that you're here and on this task. So
Sure.
thanks for being here.
My pleasure.
Marcy?
Well, yeah, so I just want to say that I think we have a great partner with Kenny LaPointe, the new executive director for our community action. I believe that he'll be great if we talk to him. He's very knowledgeable, and I'm sure with working with Jonathan, we can come up with some options and solutions. Because my concern is, you know, obviously I was working on just the winter shelter, just an emergency situation, but my bigger viewpoint is really about the entire town. And I want a solution that works for, you know, our tax-paying citizens and the people who, like Tim, Councilor McLaughlin is saying, don't understand why we're not taking action. We obviously got an email, you know, accusing us of hiding behind that, which is, you know, that's his opinion and that's fine. But I think there are things that we can do. I just, so I don't want us to feel hopeless, and I don't want us to feel like we're stuck with what we had before. I think there's multi-prongs to the solution. So one is additional housing so that people can go in, because I've tried to place people into permanent housing. They even have housing vouchers so they wouldn't have to be on the street, but there just isn't a place for them to use that voucher. So that's a challenge as well. And then as Councilor McLaughlin pointed out, we have Bridges to Change, and they actually do have a women's house. It's primarily around people in recovery, but all of those things, even though they're not specific solutions to offering shelter, they are taking people off the street, and that's one less person that we have to find a temporary bed for. And so I hope that, you know, we can look at this as a solvable solution, but not something that we're just trying to slap a Band-Aid on. And also that, you know, I hope that people understand that I'm not just only feeling sorry for people who are homeless and that I feel like they have more rights than other people, because I definitely don't. I definitely want something that's win-win for everybody.
Jonathan, you were the, I'm going to throw something out here that I'm not sure people want to talk about, but you were the author of our resolution that we passed back in, it was either October or November, regarding the pallet shelters.
Yeah.
And it set a date of, I believe, March 31st. Should we, I'll ask you and then I'll open it up for others. Should we consider, for two reasons, one political and one legal, should we consider extending that date?
So, yeah, I know that was a topic that I had discussed with staff before we passed the resolution, before you passed the resolution, rather. So Julie and I, mostly Julie, I just, you know, wrote it, but Julie did all the hard work on this one. We just passed this contract with MCAC to take over the site. And we offered them a license to take over the site for the next few years between the months of November and March. And so for the next few years, because of the amount of money that we invested into the infrastructure of the site, namely the electrical panel, connecting it to water and sewer, or, you know, the plans to connect it to sewer as well, we decided, you know, at the staff level that it makes sense to keep this going because we've already put some time into it and some work into it.
And money.
And money into it, exactly. And so it's a good thing too. And so MCAC will be taking that over, and the license that we gave them lets them do it for the next few years, with, you know, an option to renew it if they like, or if we like, between the months of November and March. Now, if we're talking, and it doesn't make too much sense for us to extend that termination date of the sunset or provision of that resolution, because of that, number one, we've already offloaded that site to MCAC. We offered them the license to use it. But as far as the difference between March 31st and November 1st, when they're authorized to use it again, yes, theoretically we could house temporary shelters there that entire time, but we couldn't do it under the authority of our emergency resolution, because the basis of that resolution was the public health crisis associated with the emergent weather conditions of the winter. And so typically, yes, it's probably still a little cold in April, but it's certainly not going to be sub-freezing like it will be in the wintertime. So it's a tough call. That sort of ties into Dan's question from earlier about whether or not we could pass a different emergency resolution that would allow us to cite or to extend that duration, because it is ultimately inconsistent with our LUDO. And so we would need some sort of emergency authorization to do that. It's a tough question, but it's worth looking into if it's something that the council would like to explore, whether or not we can extend temporary shelter in the interim until we amend our LUDO. And that is a question that I'll look into this weekend and hopefully get you an answer before the next council meeting, or maybe at the next council meeting.
Well, I've also talked with Kenny LaPointe, and the council, I think, needs to think about if Mid-Columbia Community Action, Kenny LaPointe, comes to the city and says that he would respectfully request that we extend that date, how are we going to respond to that? And, you know, notwithstanding whatever our emergency resolution is, it doesn't seem to me it'd be, I mean, that'd pretty much be our call because it's our property, even though they're running the program now. Right? I mean, so I'm not sure why we would have to worry about the emergency resolution. We could just pass another resolution, couldn't we?
It would have to be, yes, we could. It would have to be an emergency resolution though, because ultimately a general resolution or a general ordinance doesn't have the authority to cite a temporary shelter because such uses are not contemplated in our LUDO.
Right.
So we'd have to have a different basis for the emergency in that situation.
Which means we need to buy time until such time as that was the land use development ordinance is in fact amended.
Correct.
Yeah.
There are just a couple of other little things that we'll need to work through if the council does want to go that direction. For instance, we did not contemplate continuing to pay for electricity all year, but only those 4 months of the year in our agreement with MCAC. And we did contemplate that the property would be bare late this spring so we could go in and do the water and sewer installations. So it'd be a little difficult to do with all the shelters on site. And then I know that Councilor Long Curtis, when she was doing some, people were donating funds and she was able to save some of those funds to the YWCA to help pay for some of the costs of like the portable toilet servicing and things like that. I don't know how much funding is left for that purpose that's not in the city's budget. I do know that MCAC is planning to buy a shower trailer, which includes toilet facilities, and they might get that. I can't remember if he told me it might be May. So that's kind of, you know, there's just a few practical logistical things going on. Like we need to get that site emptied out so we can get the water and sewer in there. So when the shower trailer comes, they don't need portables anymore. There's just a lot of little practical details that we've been working on at the staff level for that particular site.
Before I turn it over to Rod, who had his hand up, I just want to tell the council that if we're looking at exploring other sites, whether they're for pallet shelters or another St. Vincent de Paul shelter or a campground or something, just be ready for the NIMBY syndrome to rear its ugly head because we are going to get it no matter where we put it. Whoever lives around there is going to become unglued. And believe me, it's going to be, it's not going to be pretty, but it's something we need to think about. Rod, you go ahead.
Yeah, and I want to back up to the police issue. And Jonathan, thank you so much for the information you passed out today. Very, very good. As an old talk show host, I come up with a thought and then I don't know if I believe in this or not, and some people may not like to hear it, but I just thought I'd throw it out there. We can't do anything. We have one tent right now that seems to be a problem. I haven't observed any others. We are, as you pointed out, Jonathan, a small community, and we're not, at least covered with tents yet like some communities are. Part of this is Community Action now in charge, or are they transitioning to be in charge? Darcy, what's our situation there? Just a yes or no? Are they in charge? right now, or are they
Yes.
transitioning? They
No,
are in
they're in
charge?
charge.
Okay. So here's the thought. And the reason I say some people will like this is because I believe in the credo that you can't save everybody. You do the best you can. So to handle an emergency situation, we've got 18 units out there, around 30 folks can inhabit those. If we kept 2 of them held back and encouraged community action to hold 2 back, so possibly 4 people, would that solve a problem when we have 1 tent camper that we do have a place for him? And that would help the police. If we held one of ours, at least even 1 pallet shelter empty for those type of emergency things. And we'd have to revisit that if the whole problem continues to grow. But just a thought, would that give the police some opportunity to say, no, you're picking up the tent because we have a place for you?
Go ahead, Julie, please.
I was going to throw that ball to you, Jonathan, and just remember the conversation that you and I had about, you know, we paid $10,000 or however much to St. Vincent de Paul to provide hotel vouchers, which is also an option if someone's camping and we offer them shelter by giving them hotel room vouchers. That's part of the solution as well. That's one piece.
Yeah, but we also heard that from Darcy even with the vouchers, it's been hard to find a place for them to go. So I'm just saying this is one alternative. I was thinking of, we have pallet shelters, could holding one of those open.
Yeah, so that's exactly right. And so that speaks directly to what I was saying about, so long as we have alternatives, right? And so just like you said, it's an alternative. We can,
I'm sure they're all full now, but maybe as one becomes available, we leave it that way.
Well, holding 1 shelter open, the way I see this thing evolving, is not going to be enough.
Yeah, but what if we only had 12 shelters anyway, or 6 or whatever? I'm just saying that might be an idea for temporary problems.
Darcy?
Just a thought.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, so what I was going to say is that I actually have tried really hard to get that person in to the shelter so that we wouldn't have the tent on the sidewalk. And he has not done so. So I've given that, I mean, I tried to offer it to him first because he was the most obvious, but there are many, many other people that are on the waiting list for housing. And so even if we held one housing unit out, I mean, Jonathan would have to answer this, but I think we still aren't providing enough to house everybody. So I don't know if you can, I guess, Jonathan, can you force one person in if there is a place, even if somebody else then might go put up a tent?
I hear your question, Darcy, and it speaks directly to what Rod was saying earlier too. So long as we offer an individual an alternative to camping on or sleeping on public property, my understanding is that we can enforce our law against them so long as we also have enough to cover everybody. So you can think of it, as like a thought experiment. If you have 5 people that are all sleeping on tents in front of City Hall, and we only have 3 shelters, and we offer 3 people up in those tents, if they would like to come spend the night in the shelter, and they say no, well, then we can't enforce our law against any of them because we don't have enough for all of them. But if we have enough for all of them, and we ask that somebody in a tent to say, hey, look, you don't have to sleep in front of City Hall. Come sleep in this shelter that we have for you. And they say, no, I want to sleep in front of City Hall. And we have enough for all of them. Then we can enforce our laws against them. The police, if they wanted to, could arrest them. That's right.
Tim?
That's why I asked that question about faith-based, and could they be included in that equation? They can't.
Probably not. Okay. Unless it was sort of like, and again, this predates me. I've only been in town for about 7.5 months or something like that. St. Vincent de Paul, my understanding is that they typically had a shelter And I know that they're somewhat a religious affiliated organization. Did they have any criteria? I'm not too sure about that. Does anybody here happen to know if they had criteria for who could spend the
Yeah,
night
oh
there?
yes, it was well
Yeah.
structured and well developed. They had, yes, it was heavy volunteerism. COVID came in and that's what disrupted that.
Okay.
However, may I continue on because I have three. I agree
Please.
with Darcy's assessment of our new CAP director. I met with him yesterday and I was extremely impressed with his direction. And so that's good news for our community. A question for you, Jonathan, again, is port property public property?
Port property?
Port property.
Yeah, so my understanding of the term public property is, as it's used in these federal court cases, is non-private, which is a very broad definition. So I'm talking any open spaces, any parks, I mean, anything that is non-private, except, what's that?
Sidewalks.
Sidewalks.
That's a concern. Streets.
Right, so sidewalks are tricky though, because sidewalks are implicated by things like other federal statutes, such as the Americans with Disabilities Act. And so there are federal statutes that prohibit anybody from blocking curb access for wheelchairs and for incommoding the public right of way. And so when you talk about sidewalks, it gets a little bit dicey. The rule in general is these two federal court cases that we're talking about, if they ever fly in the face of or contradict a federal statute like the Americans with Disabilities Act, then the statute will always control the situation. So recently we had a situation with, I'm not too sure if it's the same tent that we're all talking about, but it may have been blocking the sidewalk. And so Police Chief Pat Ashmore went down there and confirmed that a wheelchair could go through that. But at first, a wheelchair could not go through and, you know, it would fall off the sidewalk. And so he explained the situation to the person in the tent and said, look, I'm not going to kick you out, but you can't block this much of the street, this much of the sidewalk for other reasons. And the person in the tent thankfully understood what the chief was saying and decided to pull it back out of the public right away a little bit further to allow wheelchairs to go by. So that's one really easy example to think about as far as some of the other considerations that are at play, specifically with sidewalks though. But yes, in general, public property is not any, just non-private property.
Right. Tim, sorry about that. Go ahead.
Well, no problem, because this one is going to be a controversial one. And that is the location of St. Vincent's in a residential area with the museum down the street, with the Chamber of Commerce, with the number of complaints coming from businesses in the area and residents, and the safety and security because of some of the issues that they have been faced with. The location of St. Vincent's is not prime for supporting this community. So is there anything, we have no solutions right now. And, I've been down and I've discussed it with the neighbors. And it falls short when you say, well, we're working on it. But how many years? That was probably 6 years ago. I made contact with the folks in that area. And I feel for them because if I was living in that situation and I felt unsafe and my children were unsafe, I would like to have resolution. And that's why they're looking to us to find solutions. We don't, with all of these regulations and rules and our hands are tied, we don't have efficient except to move the facility. And that's going to be another issue in itself. And there will be political fallout from that. But what drives us is whatever we do, we must work for improvement of our community. And that's got to be our focus in our decision making. That's
Well, I know St. Vincent de Paul is looking at other alternatives. And, with this new group that I'm forming, hopefully we'll get to the bottom of that issue and somebody from their board of directors will be represented on there. But no matter, and I'll say this again, no matter what they decide to do with their shelter or what we decide to do with whatever, neighborhoods are going to be impacted and it's not going to be a pretty situation. Darcy?
Yes.
I thought you had your hand up.
Oh, no,
Oh, sorry.
no, it's okay.
I do
Dan,
know.
I did, Mr. Mayor, if you don't mind.
yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. And not to derail, obviously, what's a very important conversation, but just to note, the substance of today is what? What is the goal from this conversation? Is it to try and lend some direction or some weight as to whether homelessness ought to be sort of a high priority goal for this coming year for the city? Or what's the question at hand that we can move forward in a more strategic sense?
My goal, since I brought it up, was to make sure the council understands these two new court cases and what's on the horizon for impacting what we can do and what we can't do when it comes to this important and very serious issue. That was my goal. And that I think those court cases really have provided an impetus for me to do what I'm doing. And I think it's important for the council to understand the legal ramifications of these two court cases and what it means for enforcement of our laws. Specifically, laws that govern whether we can kick people off of public property and also our land use situation. And I'm open to any other, if I had any suggestion about where we go from here, I think we're already doing that. Number one, we need to be monitoring the state legislation, what's going to happen with that. And the League of Oregon Cities, I'm sure, is all over that.
Yep.
And the second one is to continue working on our land use development ordinances and making sure that they come before the council in a reasonable amount of time. And I will also entertain a third thing, and that is we should entertain the idea of extending that date of March 31st for the pallet shelters. And I'd like to hear Darcy's take on that, but I'd like to hear everybody else's too. I think there's two good reasons to think seriously about that. One is the legal part about having beds for homeless people so that we can justify moving people off of public property. But the other thing is, the other key reason to me is the more people that are in those shelters, the less they're on public property or on the street or in the neighborhoods, and disrupting, things that are going on in second place. The more people we have in those pallet shelters, it seems to me, the better off we are. But we need more. If we're going to put more of them, we got to think about that too. But where are we going to put those? So we can't put them at Bargeway and Terminal. That site's maxed out. So I'm going to throw that out there because that would be certainly a direction that would need council approval, if not their blessing, to move forward on.
So Mr. Mayor, since you asked for my feedback, I like the fact that MCAC is now managing the site. I think that Director LaPointe has excellent background for that, and he's assisting in putting some excellent policies and procedures in place. They're pretty much what I had already done, but he's got many more resources, and we're adding some signage and doing some other things. I think that it would be advantageous to extend the date simply because of what I've seen in the time that I've been here, where I see Center for Living making regular daily stops down here now, checking on people. When people are having issues, even in the middle of the night, I'm able to call and get them assistance. And so they're not running around town causing problems. I'm able to alert someone because I have eyes on them. And after the end of March, that will be someone else. I don't know who that will be. And Kenny's doing a great job of establishing relationships. I know that Center for Living's director is coming out here to do a tour as well. There's definitely not room to add additional shelters, and we definitely can't serve everyone out here, but it's a very good start. And I think once they add the shower trailer, which Kenny told me today he had ordered it today and expects it in June, that will be water and sewer, so we won't need to pay for the portables anymore. And the garbage is now getting picked up twice a week. Donated a second pickup from the waste management company. So things are much tidier. I know there's a lot of NIMBY, but people who come down and tour the site are actually very surprised. So I think, you know, it's being run well. And I think especially with MCAC in charge, people can ask questions, and he's getting the cameras activated. So maybe that will reassure people even more. We still need some other space other than here for people, again, to keep them away from 2nd Street. But I don't know what the answer is to that, but I hope we make it a council goal to continue partnering and to work on a solution, because I only see this getting worse, and with a different type of homelessness or people who are houseless when the eviction crisis happens. So pretty soon that moratorium is going to be lifted, and we are expecting a lot of people to be evicted. And these people have never lived in a tent or out on the street before. And as a city, somehow we need to do something to mitigate that. And there are other things we can do, which I'm interested in, as far as like eviction prevention programs with some of the dollars we have. But if we don't do that, we are going to have a lot more people on the street, and that's going to be a burden on the city, even if they aren't mentally ill or drug addicted. Those are people you're going to see.
So I thought I heard you say earlier in your remarks that you'd like to see that date extended.
I would.
And,
and again, that's just my personal opinion. And, you know, I'm not a part of anything that MCAC is doing beyond the end of March at this point. So that's just my personal opinion. And I think they can handle it.
well, I also think from my discussions with Kenny LaPointe that I think it's a matter of time, but he may come to the city. And I'd like to hear, if he's had discussions with you, I'd like to know, is that he may come to the city and ask us to extend that date.
He basically, what he said to me is that, you know, what I already knew, which is that we need to run it as well as we can so that people can see that it's successful, and so that people would be open to extending the date. He does feel it's necessary, but at this point it's kind of, I think it's premature to say what he's planning. I mean, he has a lot of other plans for other sites that they own as well, but that involves the rezoning and things that our attorney was discussing. But just from the need that I have seen, I don't know, honestly, if you think about it, I've got 30 people, you're just gonna put them back on the street in April, you're gonna notice 30 more people back down there at St. Vinny's hanging out all day.
Right. Have you given any thought, if we did extend a date, what we would extend the date to? Would it be November 1st?
Julie probably can answer that better. I'm not privy to the contract that was signed, other than general details. I think he's allowed to start it back up in November, if I'm correct. So if you did extend it till then, you'd basically just be leaving it open, correct, Julie?
That is correct. And that gets back to the argument that the city attorney made as far as the resolution that we have in place is our law right now, is an emergency resolution. And so you really need to probably wait until he has an opportunity to research that and find out whether or not there's a different type of emergency or what would allow them to stay. And then, of course, we'll have to work out all the other details that I already described to you.
Well, we're only 2 months away from that date, and that's 4 meetings by my calculation. So, okay, anybody else have any comments? Tim?
And
then Dan.
Playing the devil's advocate, we just discussed lunch for us, and we ended early, but we talked about moving the time, and it's the same thing. When we made a proposal, we said that it was this particular time and that was it. Now we're coming back and we're saying, okay, we're going to extend it or modify it. So I don't know, we'd have to consider that as well. I personally am in favor of listening and getting the facts and getting Director LaPointe, and he would be the person that would drive the change of that date, because he is funding, apparently funding it, and he told me that he only has a finite amount of money. So I'm in favor of waiting until we hear back from him on what he proposes.
And before I ask Dan to speak, I wanted to clarify, I'm not proposing we extend the date. I'm throwing it out there as a means of discussion. I'd like to know why we shouldn't, you know, and now I'm hearing some reasons why we shouldn't. I'm hearing some reasons why we should. Dan?
Mr. Mayor, thank you. I wonder if you would comment a bit on the homelessness committee that you're putting together. I'd like to get a sense of where you see that kind of plugging into this larger issue. Obviously, my guess or my sense is that there are some immediate issues that are already underway, with staff discussion and now council discussion, but there are longer term or systemic issues and ideas that may need to be tackled. Is that where you would see your committee taking up its work, sort of the longer term issues?
Yeah, definitely. And I must say too that I got to know Kenny LaPointe because of this committee. And I'd like to see the day where he kind of takes over the whole thing, just like he's taking over the pallet shelter site. I'm also having representatives of the Housing Authority, Behavioral Health, which would be CFL. The Housing Authority, Behavioral Health, Law Enforcement, and Pat Ashmore. You already heard that he's going to be a part of this committee.
Yep.
Wasco County, the Faith Community, and St. Vincent de Paul, someone on their board of directors. And I still need there's a couple others I need to plug in. So I hesitate on mentioning any other names other than Pat's, who's already said that. But yeah, to answer your question, yeah, I see that as being a vital part of the mission. I think it's important that this group have a mission, a very specific mission with specific goals and objectives, so we can know if we're successful or not. But obviously, Mid-Columbia Community Action is going to play a vital role in this, because unlike the previous administration, Kenny is taking this on as a challenge and as an opportunity for improvement, specifically the houselessness issue, whereas previous administrations with that organization did not. So I'm very encouraged, as everyone else is, apparently, who's ever talked to him. So does that answer your question?
I think so. When's do you have a time frame, or even just a hoped for time frame for convening that, for having a mission?
Yes,
and such?
Next 2 weeks, actually.
Fantastic. Thank you.
And again, I want to stress too, and I've told all you this, that I think there's been a real gap in, and this is going on all over the country, that there's a lot of well-meaning people and groups that are trying to solve these issues. And I just think that the whole thing has had too much fragmentation, and we need more cohesion and more unity of effort. And I'm convinced that not only with these people, but also we'll bring in people as we need to with people that have some kind of expertise in a certain area. I wouldn't be surprised if we called on Jonathan to attend and give us some legal issues, legal advice. But be that as it may, that's the plan.
I'll be there if you want me. No
Thank you.
problem.
Okay, anybody else want to comment on this?
Are you gonna wrap this topic up?
Yeah, good luck with that. Go ahead.
Well, no, I didn't. I just wanted to make a comment. I know it feels very reactive to many of you, but what I just heard today was how proactive it is, and all the things that we are doing right now, that we're planning, that have happened this year. And a shout out to Councilor Lon Curtis, because I really think without her starting us moving forward, we wouldn't be in this position where we actually have resources to make these changes and people who care enough to make those changes. And so I just want to say thank you to you for that.
I would echo those remarks, and I'd also like, excuse me, acknowledge Tim and his efforts have been. Got something in my throat, sorry. Tim has also been very helpful, Darcy and Tim, so.
Yes.
Anyway, so I see us continuing to monitor the state legislation. I see us continuing to work on our land use development ordinance. I see us thinking about the idea of extending the date for those shelters. And I also see us, we all might want to think about places within the city boundaries that, or I guess they don't have to be within city boundaries, public places, alternative places for other types of shelter or camps or whatever. And be ready for.
I have some suggestions since I did a lot of research, but I need to talk to Julie first.
Okay. Are you, what, for other properties, you mean?
Yes.
Yeah.
Other options.
One of the beauties of this, the pallet shelter site is the location. You know, we've had some negative feedback, but I think it's been very, the negative feedback has been subdued to the extent because of the quote success of the site and how it's gone, but also because of its location. You don't have a lot of neighbors around that would cause a big issue with it. So
that was part of the selection criteria.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Anything else on the homeless or the houseless issue?
I will say one more thing, Mr. Mayor, if I may. You know, I believe you mentioned that, you know, a potential site where we may decide to host this, if it's not at that bargeway site, could be, you know, within or without city limits. I would just highly encourage to limit our selection of a site, if possible, to within the city limits, which gives the city the greatest degree of control over the site. And in addition to that, I will say that I know I've mentioned it a few times in my last city attorney reports, the last few meetings, but we're working currently with MCED, which is, you know, different than MCAG, but MCED's focus has been, in this case, on improving the city's transportation infrastructure, specifically with the siting of some bus shelters throughout town. And so things like adequate access to public transportation and, you know, reasonable accommodations for local things like groceries and hospitals. These are all factors that courts tend to consider when they look at situations like ours. You know, it's like, sure, the city can have a shelter in the heart of its downtown, or it can have one at the edge of town where you need a car or a truck, even worse, you need a truck to go get to. That would not be something advisable. It's just something to keep in mind. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan. You've been very helpful during this whole discussion. I appreciate it.
Yes.
Sure.
Okay, anything else on this issue? Well, it seems to me we have one other on here, and that has to do with the post-pandemic economic recovery, which I've talked to a couple of you about this issue. I know it's something that you're concerned about making sure, and I think what I'm gathering from this topic is the idea of getting more money out to our businesses. In addition to the $200,000, is that right, Julie, that we've already, did Tim or Dan, did you guys have, you want to talk to this?
It's about 250,000, a little bit more, because we also gave $50,000 of that to Main Street for the Parklets and Pedlet program.
Okay. Thank you.
You know, the updates that we get from Julie really clarify this. And I appreciate that, by the way, is because when we have questions and we know in this last rollout, was it done efficiently and without the burdens of extensive paperwork that some of the previous have done? And did it get the money and it's coming out relatively quickly so it can help? So this rollout was efficiently done. And so I appreciate that. That's my take. Am I wrong?
I think you're right, Councilor McLaughlin. I also should tell you, and it was brought up by a city councilor, and I'm embarrassed that it didn't occur to me on my own, but we've used the Chamber of Commerce 2 different times to help us roll that program out. And basically they've done a lion's share of the work other than us cutting checks. And so it was suggested maybe we should pay them for their services. So I did authorize a payment of $5,000 to them to help us through those 2 rounds of grants. So that will help them as well, because as you can imagine, they're probably losing some memberships to this COVID, as well as businesses just can't afford to pay for memberships and things.
Doesn't that make logical sense in usage of the money? It does.
Yes, but I just
agree
didn't
with that.
think of it.
All right, so on this issue, I think unless we have another round of funding, we just continue with the path that we're on, coordinating with the Chamber of Commerce, working through the city. I think this round really worked well. The previous rounds, it hurt to send, what, 150,000 back to the state on that one? That hurt me.
Yes, that was the Business Oregon one. The 2 rounds that the city has completed on our own have been very efficient and very successful. We were able to get that money out, a week after we gave the award letters. So those 2 rounds have been really great. And then I think in my update to you yesterday, I'm not sure you've all had an opportunity to read it yet, we're also working on a plan to give credits to some restaurants who have multiple units of sewer, because obviously they're not using it for their customers because they don't have any customers in their restaurants. And so part of that plan would be to roll it back to only charge them for 1 unit of sewer during a 3-month period, which we think will, that's several $100s per restaurant. That would be just one more thing to help them that we can do. And we're always looking for things like that and things that the city can do to help.
Here's one more comment, and this is just for the consideration, but some of the restaurant owners that I've talked to are not digitally capable, and they have a hard time in reaching out. So if Main Street were a possibility and could make contact with some of the businesses, especially in the downtown that I'm aware of, and assist people, or at least give them information on how to successfully go through the paperwork, that would help some that we didn't connect with. I don't want to use the name, but it's a restaurant on 2nd Street that they just need a little extra help and encouragement.
Okay, Dan, did you have any comments or questions on this topic?
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor, thank you. To kind of riff off Councilor McLaughlin's point just now, I do wonder if, I guess I'm surprised, but yes, I've run into people too that seem surprised or just completely have missed all word of, local grants and things like that. And so I do wonder if we need to make extraordinary efforts to reach out, even if it were sort of old school, right? If we printed up flyers and did some walking around, driving around, just some one-on-one outreach. I'm thinking aloud, so I haven't really thought this through, but perhaps that's something we could ask partners at Main Street, at the chamber, or even just counselors to help get word out. It's a little out of the ordinary, but then the pandemic's a little out of the ordinary. And that goes to my larger point, which is obviously the pandemic's bigger than any local entity or any single entity, and there's no way we're solving that on a local level. I do wonder if there would be utility in having some sort of work session or other sort of brainstorming session for how we as a council and how we as a city could lead on this issue. I know there are public health efforts underway. Obviously, we have had small business grants, but I do wonder if there's other aspects where we could be thinking about heading off some problems, like a potential eviction, wave of evictions. I don't have a bullet list of great ideas, but my question is there appetite for or interest in having a work session or a brainstorming for how we could think about providing leadership, even imaginative or out of the box responses to this pandemic?
Any comments from anybody else?
No, I don't have any.
Mr. Mayor, I'm very interested in that, and I've done some research on the eviction prevention and how we can, there's training out there available at the national level, and there are resources where you can find out what other communities are doing to use those federal dollars to prevent evictions. And one thing I know from working with MCAC and some of the other agencies is that we're so small here that when these additional funds come in, they don't have the staffing capacity to do anything other than first come, first serve. They don't have time to come up with, additional policies and procedures about how they're going to equitably distribute things. And so I think it would behoove our community if we, as a city council, showed some leadership and brought people together and presented them with ideas that we're replicating from somewhere else. So we're not reinventing the wheel, but basically guiding people to these solutions so they don't have to go look at them. And the eviction prevention programs involve a lot of different agencies. So the Housing Authority, MCAC, who has the funds that passes them on to the Housing Authority, local judges, the renters, also the sorry, my brain just lost it. The people who are renting their houses out. So some of the smaller ones, just trying to make sure that they're not suffering financially as well, making sure that they're getting a portion of these dollars that are preventing evictions so that they're not being lumped just to one or two places, and that there's some kind of spread out so that the landlords, there we go, that's the word I was looking for, are also treated equitably in this situation. And again, I just think it's leadership we can show, and I don't think that it's money out of our pocket, but it is some time and energy. And I think it shows the community that we really care about this issue and that we're aware it's going to affect so many people in our community.
So part of that would be, I think I understand what you are getting toward, Councilor Richardson and Lon Curtis. For instance, one thing that the city council's already considered is the CDBG grant that we just agreed to sponsor for rental assistance. So coming up with other solutions like that, but bigger than that is to tell that story, which I've heard a lot throughout today, is we don't tell our good story. And how do we get that word out to people? I saw something that came across my email, I think today or yesterday, from the state about landlord assistance programs. So things like that. And how do we get that word out where it needs to go so that the right people are hearing it is maybe even more important than figuring out what the things are, because there's a lot coming.
Right. And so getting the information to the people that need it, landlords or businesses, but also telling the story to the community at large who aren't necessarily directly impacted, but they're thinking that we're not doing anything, but we are. And we want them to know all the things that we're doing and how much we care about our community, even though it doesn't seem directly relevant to them. I think people like a human interest piece.
Mm-hmm. A lot of that in our last newsletter that was really well done. So, okay, well, I'll definitely bring that back to my leadership team at our next meeting too, just to get everyone thinking along the same path about whether or not we're telling our story and how well we're telling it. Because obviously we're not telling it very well. It's been apparent today.
And as far as any eviction programs, if the rest of the council is on board with looking into those, I would suggest the League of Oregon Cities probably has all kinds of examples of that other cities in Oregon are doing.
Actually, they don't. And I was working with Representative Fahey in the legislature, and they were working on some things at the state level. So I had kind of backed off, but she said they're not progressing. And I have something I'll share with you if you'd like. And I had brought it up to Joel at the Housing Authority. and a couple of other people. And he just felt that he didn't have the staff capacity to do the liaison work. But I think that's something that maybe we as the city could do, just getting partners talking to see if they're even interested. I mean, that's what I'm saying is like, he's so busy just trying to get that money out, which is his key focus, that he doesn't have time to stop and figure out if what he's doing is the best way. He just knows it's what's in front of him and what he can do immediately. So I'm not saying anything bad about what they're doing. I think that's pretty normal, but I've been on a few of these conference calls and there are definitely some better ideas out there that we could replicate, and they're designed to tweak to be personalized to your own city, not just a cookie cutter, but it definitely is a template that you can follow.
I thought I'm on those League of Oregon City calls at 10 o'clock every Friday, obviously not today, but I thought they had talked about that some of the cities are looking at this. And I thought I specifically recall the city of Eugene was doing something, but I could be wrong.
Oh, I got a different impression on the legislative call. I'm sorry if I misunderstood.
Sorry. I'm sure we'll find out sooner or later. Okay, anything else on this? Julie, you feel like you have sufficient direction?
I have one more question, and that is, because I'm relating a lot of today back to preparation of the budget. Does the council have an interest if I have additional funds to put more into the economic recovery for next year? I just don't feel like we're going to be done with this in June, is my concern. If we have the ability, we don't know where we're going to land and what we're going to need to do to balance the budget for next fiscal year. But if we still have funding available, is this a priority for the council, economic recovery?
I'd like to weigh in on that. I think it is a high priority, but I think it's a function of, as far as whether we have the financial capability, I think we have to be looking at our fund balances. I'm not afraid to dip into those fund balances as long as we can maintain at least a 10% level. And with the contingency I always seem to harp on is another source, especially this year. I thought you just mentioned earlier we had $700,000 in the general fund contingency.
We will when we receive our COVID money back.
Right, okay. Anyway.
That's a financial policy of the city council to maintain those levels at 10% and 15%. So certainly that's something that, we can discuss during the budget process too. And maybe the city council feels comfortable reducing those for a year or two as we try to transition through all this.
And I thought going into this year, that level was well above 10%.
Yes, yeah.
How did the others feel? Tim? You're muted. You're muted. That's $1. That's $1 fine.
Mayor, you're going to get rich today.
Well, I want to go to the city, not.
Great answer.
Okay, my dollar is in my pocket, and that's where it's going to remain. All right, I agree with you, and if sufficient funds exist, that it's a high priority for me.
How about you other guys?
I think it's definitely a discussion item. Julie, I've seen some budgets where there's an item that has basically got a zero in it or $1, I guess, as a placeholder. And then if the monies do arrive from additional federal monies coming out or state monies, all we have to do is do a supplemental budget to fill the item. Is that one way to approach it?
I don't have Angie here she's my budget law expert, but typically if we don't know that a grant is coming, so it's unanticipated revenue, we can't even put in there, we might get $10. If we think that we're going to get the grant, like it's already published and we've applied for it or something, we can do that and then bring the funds in and expend them. But when it's unanticipated is when we always have to do the supplemental budgets. And that's okay. There's no harm in doing a supplemental budget.
Yeah, so either way, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, something to discuss as we get into those talks.
Okay.
But you're okay with the idea, it sounds like. How about the,
Okay with the idea of discussing it.
Yeah, I can go along with that.
Yeah, I'm absolutely open to it.
And I am also supportive of it, especially if we're focused on ways of helping people recover so that we can increase our tax base again, right? So it doesn't do us any good to lose businesses when we might be able to just give them a little bit of assistance, even if it's just assistance in applying for these federal or state funds. As Councilor Richardson was pointing out, some people, and I think Councilor McLaughlin as well, there's some people that just need a little extra hand holding. And if that's all it takes to keep these businesses in business, that would be fantastic.
And that's actually a brilliant idea, is maybe part of the economic recovery assistance from the city looks like we hire a temporary person to come in and sit at a computer station and help those folks as they need help. So there's many, many ways without just writing a check for a couple $1,000s that we can help. And I like that.
Some technical assistance.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Julie, are you proposing the idea that we hire a part-time person or a person temporarily to essentially be a pandemic coordinator, or a grant?
I actually think that's a great idea. We talked about it at one time at staff level, and I think we were all in such shell shock at that time that we didn't pursue it. But it would definitely, if I propose something like that, would be temporary, just because that's how I can do it. That's helpful to the community, but also helpful to the city in the fact that it's less expensive to hire a temporary position where I don't have to pay for a lot of the benefits. If it's a 6-month position.
If you feel like you could spin that up sooner rather than later, I, for one, would be interested in hearing that proposed even prior to the new budget taking effect. We do have contingency funds. Mm-hmm. We do have coronavirus recovery funds or economic recovery funds in hand, and we have need, and it's not going to be going away here in the next 6 months. We may be turning the corner, God willing we are, but I would like to hear that if that's something you feel like you want to explore a little bit.
Sure, I'd be happy to do that. Thank you.
Thank you.
okay, anything else anybody wants to bring up on this issue or anything else?
Mr. Mayor?
9 minutes ahead of schedule here. Yeah, Darcy.
I can do this in 9 minutes. I could do it in 5 probably. So I would like to have a discussion about perhaps an existing goal. It's goal F, provide transparent and efficient administration of city government. And I would like us to see us focus this year on proactive outreach to the citizens, which I believe we already heard the development department discussing. And I think some other departments could probably do something in their own department as well. And as part of that, only part of it, I would like to see some alternative formats such as Spanish language become more common for us, because a lot of people speak English well enough to converse, but not necessarily well enough to understand complicated city or government issues in a quick and efficient manner.
Any comments on that?
Not opposed.
We'll put some additional objectives in there to address that goal as well. Thank you.
At the staff level would be great.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Julie, will you be you'll be writing up a summary of this entire day, and
that's what your city clerk is doing.
Yeah, and then there'll be. I mean, it's actually that you're actually taking minutes, right? So you'll come before the council to approve.
It's recorded.
What, Tim?
I will do a little recap for you, though. My understanding of what you have directed me to do.
And if, in closing, if you and Darcy don't pay your fines, you'd get fined again. Oh, okay.
Come
you
get
can
it.
Read my lips.
Come get it.
Okay. Okay, anything else to come before the city council?
Thanks for the great discussion. I just love listening to all of you and hearing what's valuable to you.
You know,
One question.
Yeah, Rod.
Kind of goes under post-pandemic or pandemic recovery. Julie, what is your trigger for, if not reopening all of City Hall, reopening it in stages? Like I can walk in and pay my water bill and ask a question. Do you have a trigger in your mind that at least opens part of City Hall? So again, getting back to the city, thinking we're doing something, that they see City Hall is opened in some manner?
My next trigger is getting off the extreme list, and which will take us right back to where we were of open by appointment and court being open again like it was. And then I think we hit moderate and we can do some reopening. I haven't had that conversation with my entire staff yet. I know what I think it might look like might not be what everyone else on my staff thinks it would look like, but I'd like to at least start us with we're open to the public from these hours, 10 to 4 or something like that, so that we can allow some people to come in. For instance, your museum is ready for visitors and no one can get in the door to see anything. If people like that personable contact very much, and I think when we hit that moderate level, we're ready to go. We have our plexiglass screens in place where we started before it continued to worsen. So we're in pretty good shape. So we'll monitor that. But the very next step will just be, I still have my public works and my maintenance crews on split shifts. So some work one day, some work the other. That is getting a little bit frustrating and irritating to them as well. But they can't get their work done as quickly as they want to. So as soon as I get us out of that high risk, the first thing I'll do is restore them back to all being able to come to work. That's my first goal.
By the way, thank you for the work that Terry did with the museum, putting up the borders and the wall hangings and so forth. Tremendous. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Marcy?
Well, I just had a quick follow-up question that made me think, for the city manager, what kind of availability for the vaccine then is there for essential workers who need to get in there and be working next to each other?
Our public works crews, first of all, our water treatment plant is next on the list in our county after the first responders, because that's a 24/7 operation that could impact the health of the entire community if there's no one to work to get the water treated. So we've gotten them elevated quite high. They'll be next. And then our water and sewer guys will be after that. So we have gotten ourselves on the priority list for that. But as far as other workers, like in City Hall, I think we're at the bottom of the barrel. I really do. And so we'll have to be pretty careful. That's why I say as the risk level comes down, more people get vaccinated, and we have our screening in place and everything, we should be able to do some moderated open hours.
Great, thank you.
I've already
Julie?
had one shot.
Tim, do you have anything?
Yeah, in conclusion, being representative of being the longest councilman on the city council, 10 years, I've gone to a lot of these, and I was not looking forward to this one, but I'm pleasantly surprised and have found this to be the most constructive planning and session that I've ever been a part of. So thank you.
Thank you, Tim. You still have to pay your fine.
Oh, no, got it.
Nice try.
Okay, is there any other business to come before the city council? Okay, if nobody objects, I'm going to adjourn this meeting. Thank you all very much. Have a great weekend.